Yeah, formal introductions first, but it is terrific to be joined today with our Australian Human Rights Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Kate Jenkins, and her very esteemed colleague, Miss how would I pronounce your surname? Is it Diabru? Diabru. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I will officially declare open this hearing of the Joint Select Committee on Parliamentary Standards, and I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners and custodians of the land on which we meet today. In my case here in Canberra, that's the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, and I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples from the lands which you all respectively come from as well, and any peoples, First Nations people present today. My name is Sharon Clayton and I'm the chair of the committee, and I'm joined today by the deputy chair. You would have heard me just introducing Senator the Honourable Maurice Payne, Senator Claire Chandler, Senator Maureen Faruqi, as well as I expect she'll be joining us soon, the Honourable Nola Marino and Kylie Tink and Joanne Ryan. They'll be joining via video link later through proceedings today. So the committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. So as I committed, we are doing a hybrid model, which we've all grown to become slightly more skilled at, and hopefully there'll be no hiccups. These are public proceedings, just to make that very clear, and being video streamed live via Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness or on account of evidence given to the committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. I presume the House also, but it is also contempt to give false or misleading evidence. And if a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground on which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that an answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, also be made at any other time. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. The committee is due to report by the 1st of December 2022, where a witness takes a question on notice at this hearing, and answers should be provided by the 28th of September 2022. And I remind all committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking, just to mute those microphones, a skill we've all learnt over the last couple of years. I now welcome the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Ms Kate Jenkins, by video conference, and I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you. And so for the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? And I will say the same to your colleague. I'll hand across to you first, though, Ms Jenkins.
Thank you. Kate Michelle Jenkins, I'm the Australian Sex Discrimination Commissioner.
Thank you. And would you just like to introduce yourself too, Mr Brewer?
Yes, thank you. Melissa Maria Diabru, Senior Lawyer, Australian Human Rights Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. So I now invite you, Ms Jenkins, to make, I understand you'll be doing the opening statement, so I'll invite you to make an opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. Please feel free to begin your statement now. Thanks, Ms Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the invitation to give evidence today. I am very pleased and delighted to be here, and also to see how much activity has happened since our Respect respect. Set the Standard report was delivered in last November. I'd like to use my opening remarks to give the background for Recommendation 21, which was for this Joint Parliamentary Select Committee to establish clear and consistent codes of conduct for parliamentarians, MOPS Act staffers and parliamentary precincts. And in addition, I'm sure you know that recommendations 22 and 23 covered our recommended mechanism for enforcement, but my remarks right now are to focus on the codes of conduct. So on 5th of March 2021, the Australian Government engaged the Australian Human Rights Commission to conduct an independent review of Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces. The review was conducted by the Commission, involving an independent, evidence-based, confidential and informed review and an analysis of the culture across Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces over a period of 7 months. The Commission received contributions from more than 1,700 individuals, 33 organisations, over 900 survey responses, around 300 written submissions, almost 500 interviews, and 11 focus groups. Those contributions informed a number of significant findings by the Commission concerning the culture in Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces and formed the basis for the recommendations set out in Set the Standard report released in November 2021. The Commission's comprehensive report develops a framework for action comprising of 28 recommendations. The Australian Government has committed to implementing all 28 recommendations, and the Parliament has already implemented or is in progress of implementing a number of those recommendations. Everyone's entitled to a safe and respectful workplace that's free from bullying, sexual harassment and sexual assault. However, significantly, Set the Standard report found that 37% of people in Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces have personally experienced bullying, with 65% of the more recent events having occurred in Parliament House or within parliamentary precincts. 33% of people have personally experienced sexual harassment in Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces, with 54% of the more recent events having occurred in Parliament House. And 1% of people have personally experienced actual or attempted sexual assault in Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces. Now, the report identified the key drivers of misconduct were power imbalances, lack of accountability, gender inequality, and of lack of diversity. And we also identified key risk factors in the workplace, including the unclear, inconsistent standards of behaviour, the multiple employment structures, conditions and systems that apply to the range of people that work in Parliament and Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces, and also a workplace dynamic of fear. The report identified that a significant contributing factor to this culture was a lack of consistency around expected standards of behaviour and conduct in Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces and opaque and ineffective reporting processes. Of the people who said they had experienced sexual harassment, 81% did not report their experience and 40% thought that reporting it would not change things or that nothing would be done. Similarly, of the people who said they'd experienced bullying, 59% did not report their experience and 55% thought that reporting it would not change things or that nothing would be done. As part of establishing a safe and productive workplace, the Commission recommended the establishment of clear standards of conduct, a safe reporting culture, appropriate complaints pathways and effective accountability mechanisms across Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces. Setting clear and consistent standards of conduct as proposed in Recommendation 21 is a key first step in this process and a step that is used in most Australian workplaces, or certainly many good Australian workplaces across the country. So firstly, standards of conduct should be established for the parliamentary precincts, outlining responsibilities for everyone who enters those precincts to ensure a safe and respectful environment. These core behavioural requirements should apply to conduct carried out by any means by parliamentarians, staff, contractors, interns and volunteers, members of the press gallery, and visitors to parliamentary precincts. It sets a base standard of just a minimum behavioural expectation. Second, a uniform code of conduct for parliamentarians should be incorporated into the standing orders of both the Senate and the House of Representatives. Currently, there are no standards of behaviour for parliamentarians with the exception of a code of conduct for ministers issued and enforced by the Prime Minister. The proposed code of conduct for parliamentarians should apply to parliamentarians in the course of their official role and include conduct engaged in by any means, which could include online. Incorporating this into the standing orders of each House allows Parliament to retain jurisdiction over its own affairs. And lastly, a code of conduct for the staff of parliamentarians should be included in the Members of Parliament Staff Act 1984. Currently, there's no legislated or enforceable standards of conduct for the staff of parliamentarians who often work side by side with common law or private sector workers as well as public servants. Ideally, the code of conduct for parliamentarian staff should be consistent with that imposed on Australian public service staff and should apply to staff in the course of their employment. Establishing these codes of conduct with enforceable sanctions is a key step to ensuring a safe and respectful environment free from bullying, sexual harassment and sexual assault. And one of the things I think I'd like to reinforce in this conversation is, as well as designing a really good fit for purpose codes for those purposes, is clarity and consistency is very important. So we identified that in these workplaces, public servants work next to Parliamentary Service Department workers against MOPSAC staffers, against parliamentarians and against journalists who have private sector contracts. It would not be my desire for us to come up with multiple new versions so that while we'll have standards, we will not have consistency. So one of the things that I'm sure will come up in this discussion is about how can you make the same people that work together have things that talk across those different workers. So happy to answer questions. And as you mentioned, I'm joined by my colleague, Senior Lawyer Melissa de Abreu, who can also assist.
Thank you so much, Ms Jenkins, and I just assure you none of us underestimate both the importance of the work and the report that you've handed down and the task ahead of this committee. So thank you for making that very clear. I am going to open straight up to questions, and I will do it in the following order just so all my colleagues are clear, and this might change throughout the day, but I'm going to go first to the Deputy Chair, Senator Maurice Payne, then I'll call on Senator Faruqi, across to Senator Chandler. I understand Nola Marino, my colleague Nola, is online, so I'll go to her next and I'll come in last. So each person will have up to 10 minutes, but if that is shorter, and we've got additional questions, we'll keep going. So, but thank you very much, and I'll hand straight across to Senator Payne.
Thank you very much, Chair, and Commissioner and Ms Darby, thank you for your attendance today, and if I can say, for the work that has been done in this area so far. It's obviously set us as a parliament on a very important path. And Commissioner, you really ended where I wanted to start in terms of a couple of questions, and then I'll hand over to others. That is the challenge of developing codes of conduct across such a disparate workplace. So no single employer, multiple strands of employment, as you've pointed out, multiple legislative applications to those strands of employment. and also very differing degrees of, I guess, engagement in these processes in what is a complex and disparate workplace. Your review made a number of proposals that related to the conduct of the codes, including minimum core elements. Do you see that there is a potential for, in fact, a significant degree of commonality between the codes applicable to the various players, if I could use that term, across the parliamentary workplace spectrum, so that we can minimise inconsistencies and maximise, as you say, that clarity?
Yes, I really strongly, that would be almost the most strong encouragement I could give to this committee, is the recommendations we made were where there was a complete absence of codes. But if I use an example in another sector to partly explain why I'm strongly of this view, when the Me Too conversation started in Australia, and particularly the Harvey Weinstein story came here, the media and entertainment sector in Australia, actually at the request of then the Communications Minister and Minister for Women, so Ministers Cash and Fifield, were asked to meet with me as a group to discuss what they were doing. And so that was my first experience of an industry coming together, because it was another example of a whole lot of workers who work in the same environment with different employers and different conditions. And they came together, and one of the first things they came up with is a consistent position, a consistent code of conduct, basically. And at the time, as an employment lawyer, I did sort of half think, look, I've never seen a policy change practice. Like, it's not usually the policy that stops people engaging in sexual harassment. But I've completely changed my views. Within 12 months, people in that sector said when they started and came in, they all knew wherever they'd come from, that they were covered by the same system and the same processes. And so it wasn't sort of learning a new system. So if I apply it here, we've got working side by side MOPS staffers, who obviously have particular unique requirements, next to public servants, next to parliamentary services departments. And when you actually look at the public service code of conduct, whilst you might look at it and say, some parts I'd like to do differently, the benefit of the alignment of those in particular, and I've looked at it, it covers the sorts of things of integrity, of professional behaviour, of not harassing, of following the laws. As far as you could, I would love for you to, I think the raw material is there, and we've done some work which we can provide to the committee as well, looking at other policies, including in Scotland, the UK and Canada. You can take improvements, but if you could line it up so that everyone has sort of the same sense of professional behaviour, of conflict of interest, of integrity, of treating others with courtesy, dignity and respect. If you even aligned that, recognising there is a difference between staffers and parliamentarians, but then if I started at the other end, when, this is me thinking, because we did the review, but we deliberately didn't want to write your codes. We want the committee to decide that. But if you start with the ministerial code of conduct and look at those key areas of focus, it's the same: integrity, respect. And if you can kind of join the two bits in the middle, you will have one parliament where people aren't speaking different languages when it comes and interacting with each other with roughly the same expectations and understanding. So consistency and clarity would be my number one request. Now, it wouldn't be if those policies didn't cover the key things, and there will be some key things you need to be confident covered. but they cover a lot of what needs to be covered. There's just been this hole in the middle between ministers and public servants.
Yeah. So essentially, as you come through the door, doesn't matter what role you're walking into the building to perform, doesn't matter whether you're wearing a uniform or wearing a suit to work, and everything in between, we need to have that consistency and clarity. So I think over-complicating and over-engineering a code like this is, my personal view is that it is dangerous, and so that as you say, clarity and consistency is important. I think the committee would be interested to see the work that you have done if you're making that offer. Chair, that's my observation. I don't know what you think, but we would like to have the benefit of seeing that. Thank you for the suggestion. And just to jump back to when you did your report, your Set the Standards report, you repeated the statistics at the beginning of your evidence about the number of responders to the report, and I think you did a survey as well, is that right?
Yes, yes.
And of those responders, was it to the survey, or was it in submissions that 37% said they had experienced bullying and 33% said they had experienced sexual harassment?
That was the survey of people that were then currently working in the last term of Parliament.
And can you remind me what the number of responders to the survey was?
I think it was 935.
Yeah.
So it was statistically, it was a survey conducted with Roy Morgan, and it was, that might be wrong, actually. I withdraw that. It was a survey conducted by a professional survey company that was statistically, it was statistically relevant and useful.
Thank you, appreciate that. And can I also thank the Commission for your feedback on our draft survey as well. Thanks, Chair. I'll cede to another member. Thank you. Thanks, Commissioner.
Thanks very much, Senator Payne. And just to concur, I'd already had a note here to take up the offer of the Commissioners to provide the committee with the information regarding your comparative work of codes of conduct in other jurisdictions. So if you could make a note of that, we will be asking you for that. Thank you so much. And I will go to Senator Faruqi.
Thanks, Chair, and good morning, Commissioner and Ms. Diabru. Thank you so much for coming to provide evidence to us. I just wanted to start off with some statements from the report that was excellent, actually, and has got us all into motion. So the report found that the lack of diverse representation in Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces creates a conducive context for bullying, sexual harassment, and sexual assault, and contributes to a greater risk of workplace harm for underrepresented groups. So I just wanted to get your view on how the codes could actually, what role codes could have in changing that.
I think that there, as you might recall, thank you, Senator, for reading that out. That was one of the 5 key shifts that we recommended to improve diversity, equality and inclusion. And we had some specific recommendations of active steps that would and should be taken, particularly in relation to parliamentarians, staffers, and also within departments. In terms of the codes, and to some degree I'm drawing in this conversation, and as I did when we did the inquiry on my employment law background, to some degree, codes of conduct in corporates and over time is the collection of what are in fact laws and policies that usually already apply. Workers can find it really complicated. You get your induction, you have a million things that you're told to do, read, comply with, sign. And the practice over time has been for codes to be used as a sort of a central place that brings together all of those things and tells workers, but also tells everyone what's expected, and it's really easy to use. My view in terms of the key areas that I think need to be covered by the codes would include the provisions about expecting treatment of others to be people to be treated with courtesy, dignity and respect, and treated in a professional manner. That obviously applies to everyone, but the findings that we had were that people, for example, of multicultural backgrounds and in minority groups in the Parliament had a worse experience and poorer treatment than others. Obviously, the codes will have provisions saying that all staff are expected to comply with the laws, and that would include the sexual harassment, the discrimination laws that all do in fact apply, and that could be covered. Some, and we will send those that research through that my colleague, Ms. De Brue, who did a great job, but some do look at the idea of putting in there also a requirement to embrace inclusive and diverse, or be more inclusive and embrace diversity, which might fall within a code on the courtesy, dignity and respect in the professional behaviour, which is sort of becoming quite common language across a lot of codes in Australia, actually, in terms of the corporates. So the purpose of the code is itself to make sure people are, it's almost an education and a bring together of the expectations to make sure there's clear standards to empower people who want to object to have actually the ability or a basis on which to object, because a lot of people told us they felt fear, they felt like they put up with the conduct or they left. That was their choice in Parliament. So it's really a mechanism to send a message and to educate. But itself, as I said earlier, a piece of paper isn't necessarily on its own the thing that changes things, but it should be supporting that and support those other recommendations we made about diversity, equality and inclusion.
And one of the, in the recommendation 21 also states that the codes should include matters that value diversity and prevent harassment based on factors such as race and disability. And a submission from Harmony Alliance to our committee also has urged us to develop codes that are developed through an intersectional lens and embed that within the codes. So I'm just wondering if you could give any, like you have given an example of, you know, inclusion and respect, but should it move beyond that to actually highlight what we mean by that? Because it is, as you said, it is those marginalized groups that are more effective. And should we move a little bit beyond just inclusion to actually state what we mean by that? And, you know, like the matters that you have recommended in recommendation 21, what would those matters include in the code?
So what I would recommend is the code is fairly clear and, you know, has those significant key areas. And to some degree, when I sort of have gone through, a lot of them are just telling people you have to follow the laws and not engage in conflict and those kinds of things. In terms of applying an intersectional lens, the Harmony Alliance is raising with you really fantastic advice, and we certainly, as we did our piece of work, would do the work and then make sure that we had others review it to really identify what we hadn't seen and who we hadn't included, but also who it might not make sense to. My proposal, and lots of corporates do this, is then they have sort of a layer underneath it of explanatory content, whether it's education, whether it's campaigns, whether it's what this means. In my old law firm, we did have our values and principles, and then we had the next layer. This means this is what it looks like. So my, again, just imagining what I've seen is the code, a bit like the public service code, is sort of a list of key principles, but then the implementation, which is what brings it to life, will be both the key principles, but then sessions that explain what each of those sort of obligations in the code mean in practice.
And what do you see as the kind of associated infrastructure with the code to make sure that there is implementation of the code? So would it be training and reporting and monitoring and enforcement? Would those sort of things go hand in hand with a code?
Yes, I guess you might have noticed I'm encouraging this committee as a first step to get those codes in place. And I know your terms of reference have you looking also at enforcement. I will tell you I'll be quite biased because we made quite specific recommendations about enforcement, but we intentionally did not make recommendations on what you would put in the code. So, but in terms of, if I simplify it, what does implementing a code look like? It would be the education, providing inductions, doing sessions, campaigns, literally, you know, for the parliamentary precincts, you know, things, little notices around the place of, you know, we expect respectful behaviour in this precinct, for example. So that's the education side. That if I won't be able to tell you the recommendation number, but the Office of Parliamentary Staffing and Culture would provide those resources, which would then be used to be deployed out across electoral offices into each different parliamentarian's office, recognising each parliamentarian is an employer. So support and assistance to implement, share and keep that messaging going. And then on the other side, mechanism, which is the independent Parliamentary Standards Commission being the enforcement body. So the body where the Parliament can, like a workplace tribunal, take action if needed for breach, make recommendations for consequences. So one of the, as well as the lack of the standards, we've very much heard the lack of consequences where people clearly breach standards that we, even without a code, know are not appropriate, and in particular bullying and sexual harassment. So that's, if there's the education side, and then there's the enforcement side.
Commissioner Jenkins, you said earlier that clarity and consistency is really important with, you know, people who work in Parliament or besides Parliament, and I agree with that. But do you think there is a case, given this committee now has the hindsight of your report, other reports, the Me Too movement, and those reports, to actually come up with something that may have, you know, that may be like leading edge, and that other codes could be changed, you know, still remaining within the consistency and clarity, but that other codes could be changed with what we come up with?
Senator, that's a really exciting idea from my perspective. It did occur to me that if you look at the MOPS Act Staffers Code and you started with the Public Service Code, but if you found some areas of that really are out of date, then I would encourage you not to, I would encourage you to, given that you're the Parliament, lobby or look at or recommend that might be changed to align. So yes, I agree that if there is a more modern approach, you should do that. And I'm confident that Set the Standard has already put you in that position as compared to other countries. We definitely learnt from what had not worked in particularly the UK. So I know that we've recommended some different things off the back of advice from them saying it did not work. If as a result of this you identify there's some improvements, refinements or radical overhaul, I'd support that. Said that, our finding was that there was nothing, and that the ministerial code and the public service code are pretty good. And so that's why I come back to something that's different in a few different ways. I would preference something that matches but's not quite as beautiful, if that makes sense. But I also do think there's an opportunity out of this for you to come up with, this is what we would recommend, and we also recommend that could be flowed. So it's really the ministerial standards and the public service that I think this audience sits in the middle of.
I'm running out of time, so my last question from me, Chair. And you mentioned earlier, Commissioner, that obviously a lot of people are hesitant to report or complain. And, especially raising issues of racism, I think in the report it said that for many people, when people raised it, it actually triggered aggressive responses from others. So I'm just wondering, in what way do you think a code could make that reporting easier when people know that there is a certain standard others have to adhere to, and if they don't meet their standard, do you think that that would become easier for people? And how could the codes help that?
I think two ways. Again, one is, and again, a piece of paper doesn't change everything, but in the suite of a range of improvements that I'm hearing have already been put in place in terms of induction education, that the code will reinforce those same messages, that people will be more confident that this is the position that the Parliament itself has stated as the standards expected of me. So that's on the prevention side. But in terms of the safety in reporting, the nature of many Australian workplaces, but particularly in Parliament, is that people do not want to raise complaints because they want to keep their jobs, they fear for their relationships. And even good employers will have staff there who will be reluctant to complain because we're a country of get along, don't complain, don't make a fuss, take a joke. Having said that, we gave such a lot of consideration to that Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission as a place to go with true independence. So people often did, because of the politics of this, did not want to make complaints within their parties or within the Parliament. That Standards Commission being a place that people could learn more about their rights, their protections, and could have control over what happens. It's a big advantage over corporates that the Parliament could have an independent place. Most corporates will have a place to go, but it's HR, which is the company as well. So it's not as easy to give people the protection of independence and the agency that they would have. So what I would say is it would create a mechanism that people can go, potentially give de-identified information that then could be fed back into Parliament for action. Which means people don't have to bring their own complaint but can move for action, but also that they can raise their complaints.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator
Thanks,
Faruqi.
Chair.
Yep, terrific. I am going to go to Senator Chandler now.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for appearing before the committee today. I'm interested in understanding more about your view of the enforceability of the code, and particularly the role that the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission will play, because I think we need to have in our minds a very good idea of what happens when the code is breached when we are writing the code, because we need to sort of achieve that balance between breach and consequence. So I guess the other difficulty, as I'm sure you would have identified when you were writing your report, is that how we hold parliamentarians to account, particularly for what they do within the Parliament, is very unique and unique when compared to other building occupants as well. So just looking at recommendation 22 in the report, particularly Part A specifies that the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission would be able to apply sanctions for a breach of the Code of Conduct for parliamentarians where such sanctions do not interfere with the functions of the Parliament. So two questions. What do you see those sanctions as likely being where it wouldn't interfere with the functions of the Parliament? And beyond that, how would you see the Parliament itself having an enforcement role around a breach that I assume would be greater than something that the Parliamentary Standards Commission would deal with?
So there is, I know because the focus has been on the Code of Conduct, but We got constitutional advice on this issue. Obviously, being able to impose consequences on parliamentarians, not just a perception, it is a reality that people just cannot do that no matter what the commission is. So I would, and this will sound odd, but I can tell you this was months and months of work to really follow every potential sort of sequence of events and the consequences. But if I give you a short version, and I encourage you towards that part of the commentary behind recommendation 22, is that the commission is independent and reports to the Parliament. They could do inquiries into staffers and parliamentarians. So if we start with staffers, they would do the inquiries and make the findings. It would be against the code, but many of the things that come up are independently and separately imposed. So the sexual harassment laws exist, the discrimination laws exist. So there is a lot of the breaches of the code will not be, you won't be defining what that is. But some of them you will be, and that's, I do come back to drawing on the previously existing codes. For those, for example, there's an investigation into a staffer, the chief of staff, there's a complaint that they have engaged in bullying. The commission does the investigation and then will make findings and give that to the parliamentarian who is the employer. So they are basically a mechanism of a workplace investigation, but they don't have the powers of the employer. And the parliamentarian may choose to accept or not accept those recommendations. Now, I'm just a little rusty, but I think that the finding from memory would also be provided to the presiding officers, so that there is an inbuilt mechanism where not the commission, but the presiding officers would be aware that a parliamentarian has chosen to or to not follow the recommendation. And in practice, what we heard in the inquiry from parliamentarians is that they would greatly appreciate this. So perhaps I didn't speak to people, but people who'd say, we get this issue with our staff, and how am I meant to adjudicate this? And how am I meant to know what has happened? When it came to parliamentarians, same process would apply, but obviously a commission cannot impose sanctions. There is obviously for criminal conduct the ability under law to expel a parliamentarian. The examples of the consequences we came up with that would not interfere with the operation of Parliament, and we did draw particularly on the UK here, were to attend training or to perhaps give an apology. So something that could be done, but really would not in any way interfere with the obligations within Parliament. Anything beyond that would be a recommendation to the Parliament. And so it is for the Parliament to determine whether action will be taken, given that the Commission can't do that. So that section, I mean, as a lawyer, it's the most interesting section for me. We were absolutely aware that that perception where people said if a parliamentarian engages in something, nothing can be done. The only ability to get rid of that person, so-called, is the electorate. We absolutely understand that this isn't you need to sack the boss for doing something wrong. That is the unique, one of the most unique parts of Parliament. But that Parliament can regulate itself is what is involved. In that case, we anticipated that finding would be public, made public, but I would have to go back and double check that. And we are aware that finding, so this is why the quality of the appointments to the Commission are very important, but the finding would be rigorous and appropriate. And that itself might be a consequence, the finding being made public.
Yeah, and that segues quite nicely into my next question, Commissioner, which is obviously being named in the Parliament or your conduct being debated in the Parliament, or whatever that ends up looking like, is quite a significant consequence of a complaint process. So what do you envisage as being the processes that we put in place within that independent commission to ensure procedural fairness for whoever a complaint might be made about, not just us parliamentarians, but also staff and building occupants as well?
They would be rigorous. It would be rigorous. It would need to, so it's not a court process, but it would use natural justice, and it would need to, make sure that, evidence collected in an appropriate way and there's fairness for everyone involved.
Mm-hmm. And the commission itself will set those procedures for evidence and that sort of thing?
I would need to look back at the report, but I know that's what I would expect. But I think so. I would need to look back at the report because obviously the Parliament sets up the commission. So
yes,
the Parliament would have the say in every part of this sort of circles, intersects with itself. But ultimately, the only entity that can determine this is the Parliament.
Yeah, and we were talking about when a complaint is made against a parliamentarian's member of staff, and that ultimately that complaint ends up with the employing parliamentarian. What if the employing parliamentarian doesn't accept the complaint against their member of staff? Is there an escalation for that?
So the individuals can go to the commission. It's not the parliamentarian. So there'll be two avenues actually, and in practice, we heard that often staff and parliamentarian want some sort of more HR advice about how do we handle this difficult situation. So they're not at the we want to make a complaint, at a more formal end. And so our proposal is the Office of Parliamentarian Staffing and Culture is more like the HR function that helps with a particular issue that might be internal. If an individual wants to make a complaint, they can go to the independent commission. They don't need permission from a parliamentarian. So the parliamentarian's involvement will be whether they want to accept. If the person, and I don't think there's going to be a whole lot based on the interviews we did, whilst there has been misconduct, most people we spoke to said, and this is true across Australia, this is not unique to Parliament, is most people don't want to get involved with a legalistic complaints process that might, bring someone down. That's not usually what people want. So first comment would be, I think that there might be a few, but we'll still have a minimal number. But the Commission is there to save, to some degree over the course of our inquiry, there kept being issues coming up and new, people have been brought in to do an investigation. So rather than having to constitute and appoint someone every time there's a question that comes up, you've got a body there. And then if a complaint goes ahead, the parliamentarian will be engaged as they need to be and will be delivered the report. So it's not up to them to decide whether a complaint can be made or not.
Yes, but is there some sort of acceptance of the result of a complaint that a parliamentarian has to make when it's regarding when it's a complaint against their own staff member?
Yes. So the process is that the finding would be given to the parliamentarian, and the parliamentarian can make the decision on what they want to do with that finding and the recommended actions. And the parliamentarian might choose to do what's recommended. They might choose to do something different. They will get the information, and then that would also be reported, again, as I say, from memory to the presiding officers as well.
But at that point, that information wouldn't necessarily be made public just because it's gone to the presiding officers?
That's right. That's right.
Okay. Okay. And just confirming as well with the code of conduct, similar to how the PWSS operates currently, parliamentarians can make complaints against other parliamentarians for breaching the code.
Yes. And in terms of the parliamentary precincts provision, which will, I expect, be more a we behave with, we don't harass each other, and it's sort of a more high level standard professional behaviour kind of code, that can also go to the Commission. So you might get, for example, a complaint by someone who attends a function at Parliament House against someone, a parliamentarian or a staffer that is there. So it actually, the precincts provision will bring in a broader audience, which is something we heard very loudly. So you might have a complaint about a journalist or by a journalist, for example.
It's very complicated. We have a big job to do as part of this committee. Thank you so much for answering those questions today. That's all from me for now, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Chandler. And Ms Marino, I'm calling you next. I can't...
Thanks.
Yeah,
Thanks, Chair.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you. And Commissioner, thank you very much for this report and for appearing before us today. Greatly appreciated. Look, and I'd be interested in your views. We're members of Parliament and live in a very political world. And having been the Chief Government Whip in a previous Parliament, I'm interested in your views around the processes used across the board. You spoke repeatedly about consistency and clarity, and I think that's really critical, most definitely. But I'd be very interested in your views around whether that process is a confidential one for the parties involved, particularly given what we see frequently in the media, not just around the Parliament, but more broadly in business. I'd be interested in your views around a confidential process that protects the parties engaged.
Thank you for that question, and confirming that the need for confidentiality is critical for all workplaces, and I agree, even more critical for this one. In reality, in the absence of a good complaint mechanism, the media has and will continue, I think, to be used as a mechanism for people who are aggrieved to raise complaints. So out of respect at work, I certainly came up with a really clear view, and government is currently putting in place that there are people who want to share their experiences and get support confidentially, but don't want to proceed with a complaint, who could be helped very early in an issue or a process, even potentially to head off an issue at the pass. But that in the absence of appropriate confidential reporting avenues, most people just leave or suffer the mental or physical health consequences, and some of them go to the media. So I think your question goes to the security of those complaint mechanisms, and I sort of respond to Senator Chandler's last comment of this is complicated. It is complicated, and we spent the full 7 months looking at this, looking globally at how it works, getting expert advice. So I would encourage you to have a look at what we recommended, because that part of it has the best brains in the world on it. And if we haven't answered some of these questions in the report, please let me know, but I suspect we have. But in terms of the investigation process and the avenues, strict confidentiality is the only way individuals trust. And we also, it wasn't our task to look at the party complaint avenues, but you will have seen most probably in comments that we've encouraged the parties to also look at their policies and complaint processes. Some people do want to go to the party, some people don't. And both of those things are fine. Multiple reporting options is in fact best practice, we now know, but that confidentiality, as you ask, is critical for this, and it will only, it's essential in this workplace in particular. But the absence of a mechanism at all actually has meant that misconduct has actually continued without accountability, and that's, I think, increased the problems rather than just allowed things that would have happened anywhere to go, unresponded to.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I'll take it a bit further. Should that confidentiality be breached by any of the parties involved in the process, are there recommendations, or have you made recommendations around how you deal, or how whether it's the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission or any other, deals with the fact that what happens to that complaint should there be breaches of confidentiality?
Yes, so this might be something, if you look at the codes, often codes or complaint processes do have provisions about confidentiality, about actions that would be taken if people breach confidentiality, about victimisation of people who've made a complaint, and about actions in relation to vexatious complaints. So that's very standard to have provisions around all of those things, whether it is in the code or through the commission procedures. All of those things are, I guess I'm drawing from 20 years of practice, that they are pretty standard part of good confidential complaint processes.
Look, I think that, I've been of the view that the process should protect all parties here, and if we get that right in a code, that will address some of these issues. But they're also, given that we live in a different world to all others, particularly in the political sense, and it is a hugely challenging environment to deal with a range of matters, because vexatious and other types of approaches happen because this is politics. And so I think the membership, particularly of the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission, will be particularly important and needing to be, given that we live in this political world, seen as distinctly apolitical.
I 100% agree with that, and I have a view based on the inquiry that we did that the use of genuine concerns, genuine complaints about unlawful sexual harassment, sexual assault and bullying is not being dealt with in the way that I think the Parliament would want it to be dealt with, because of fears of the weaponisation of these things. And that our recommendation, and I hope it's clear in the report, is that a professional, streamlined, best practice commission will then create a mechanism for genuine complaints, and also create an opportunity to reduce the mischievous use of information so in our observation, there was a very big distinction between these genuine issues and the ability to sort of start a rumour that may or may not have any substance to it. So that having a proper structure or the absence of a proper structure actually created a greater risk of that than the other way round. So I'm less concerned about mischievous complaints being raised. And I think our view was it will reduce the ability to weaponise rumours.
Chair, I've probably taken enough time, given that we have additional representatives to give evidence.
Thank you so much. And I will end with one very brief question, if you don't mind, Commissioner. Certainly, these are complex matters, and developing a code of conduct is a big body of work for this committee, but it should not, and indeed cannot, be beyond us to do so. So we're very grateful for your guidance, your clear and consistent messaging in this regard. One question that I have is really around, you touched on it earlier in your evidence about there might well be multiple codes of conduct in place, and this is perhaps a good thing, but there is a question around for some of the different groups that I've already had some discussions with around, is there an order of precedence? And, does one code of conduct become the senior code of conduct, for want of a better word, I think, or description there? So, there may well be staff or others coming in and out of this building that will have multiple codes of conduct that apply to them. And what's the interface of those codes of conduct look like? And my other question is just around what you envisaged as not a review of the complaints being made, but perhaps a review process of the codes of conduct to ensure that they are always best practice, fit for purpose, and that, that over time there might actually be a need to revisit those codes. So those two aspects, I'm interested in your thoughts.
Yes. My first quick comment is I would strongly encourage the committee to focus on doing the codes, and in terms of the commission process, come to that second would be my first, even because you want the codes to say what you expect in terms of the standards, and the commission will inevitably need to make sure it delivers in the appropriate way. In terms of multiple codes applying, the reality is from an employment, or even though parliamentarians aren't employed, I'll put you in that that category, there will be one key code that applies to every category, and that's how we came up with, particularly parliamentarians as a group and staffers as a group are the biggest workforce in a Commonwealth parliamentary workplace, and neither of them had a code that applied to them. So most people will not have multiple. It's just that I want, when you've got a liaison person who's sitting in there that's covered by the APS code next to the staffer, that I really am aiming for theirs to line up if possible. So I think in practice, would there be the main code? It may be, if you could let me at everything, we'll write one and then everyone, does down, but really you're starting where you're starting. And I think that in practice, the key areas that you need to cover, and I will provide the research we've done, is actually pretty standard across those codes and internationally in other parliaments. And the only in corporates, it's actually pretty consistent with corporates as well, except corporates usually have some confidential information and some clauses there that yours would be about, kind of transparency and use of public information. But so I would say that there doesn't need to be a primary one, although these in the parliament, these two that you're looking at, the two main ones, should be the foundation. In terms of a review, as for everything, I would encourage a review, because 1 year disappears in no time. It might be 1 year, it might be to coincide with the review of the implementation of the actions of set the standard that's been accepted, and I should remember, but it's sort of at 2 year point. So I would inbuild, the HR functions in corporates have a regular review of all policies that cycle around, but the review of this one in particular, you could incorporate bringing together, you've got Peter Walcott with a couple of hats on, but bring together the public service bring together the players because even looking at it, I haven't looked at them, but I would look at the media organisation codes of conduct. They're the other sort of cohort in that building that really seemed to be, while they weren't the primary workforce, they seem to be in a lot of the events or are reporting on them, so they're in or around them. But so I would I would suggest you might think of a 1-year review initially, and then going forward a regular review to make sure both they're modernised and also to look at what has worked and what hasn't worked.
Thank you. And I know we have gone over time, so I will hold back on any other questions, but I'm sure you have always made yourself very available. And if there are other questions, we will certainly have an avenue to either ask you back or to be able to put some questions on notice to you. So thank you again, Commissioner Jenkins, for your time, and to Mr. Brew as well for accompanying you. And on that note, if you have taken some questions on notice, and there was the issue about supplying materials, I recall, so if you could provide those responses to the Secretariat by the 28th of September, that would be terrific.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks again.
you.
And we are going to move very swiftly to our next witnesses. Just give you a moment to grab some seats. The members of the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force are joining us in person, so just letting my committee members know. Hopefully you will, I have no idea of the camera angles you are getting online in your offices, so hopefully you can see the Leadership Task Force. Maureen, have you got a, Senator Faruqi? No, I've lost him.
I have a full view of the room.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So we will now be joined by representatives of the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force. We have the Independent Expert Chair, Kerry Hartland, the Head of Secretariat for the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force, Tegan Johnson, and Senior Advisor, Simon Arnold. Welcome to all of you to today's hearings, and I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses giving evidence to Parliamentary Committee has been provided to you. So for the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Chair. Kerry Hartland, as you've said, I am the Independent Chair of the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force.
Thank you.
I'm Tegan Johnson. I'm Head of the Secretariat to the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force.
Thanks.
I'm Simon Arnold. I'm a Senior Advisor for the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force Secretariat.
Terrific. Well, I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committees to ask questions. We're going to try and make this as interactive as possible, and we're under severe time constraints as always. So I will hand straight across to you, Ms Hartland, for an opening statement.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I do have a very brief opening statement. As you've heard this morning from the Commissioner, the Set the Standard report made 28 recommendations to address leadership, diversity, equality and inclusion, performance, accountability and safety and wellbeing. One of the recommendations was to establish a leadership task force to oversee the implementation of the recommendations. The Parliamentary Leadership Task Force was established on 3 February 2022 and I was appointed the Independent Chair at that time. The task force comprises 3 representatives from the government, 3 from the opposition, 1 from a minor party and 1 independent. The task force has met 5 times since it was established, 3 times before the election and twice since, and intends to meet monthly from here on. A task force website has been established on aph.gov.au to communicate the outcomes of each task force meeting, publish progress updates for each of the recommendations and provide other relevant information to interested stakeholders. An implementation tracker is published following each meeting, and anyone interested in the outcomes of the report can easily find out what has been achieved to date, what is expected to happen next, and when the implementation of the recommendation is expected to be complete. The task force is supported by an implementation group and the Secretariat to progress the detail of the recommendations. The Secretariat comprises of 3 staff, 2 of which are with me today, who operate independently from government and the parliamentary departments. The task force is scheduled to remain in place for 2 years, and progress of the implementation will be reviewed after 18 months. And Chair, that goes to, I know, that last point that the Commissioner was making. So yes, we will be reviewed in 18 months' time, which might be a useful point in time for the committee to consider as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Are there any other comments that the Secretariat or advisors wish to provide? No, that's a negative nod from both. So I will invite members of the committee now to ask questions, and I will go in the same order as I did last time. So I'll go to the Deputy Chair, Senator Maurice Payne, first.
Thanks, Chair, and can I thank the members of the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force and staff for attending today. Just looking at your update, your tracker from August, I wonder how much attention it is drawing to the work of the implementation of the recommendations, what the public engagement or the internal parliamentary engagement is like. Could you give us an assessment of that, Ms Hartland?
Yes, thanks, Senator. So I think it's true to say that one of the it is that communication piece around the tracker and our progress is a continuing challenge for us. So while, as I've mentioned, we've got the website there with the information, and we're open to talking to any groups of people, and we are very active in doing that. I think it's true to say we'd like to find as many mechanisms as we can to be able to provide that information. Importantly, the Human Rights Commission has been promulgating the outcomes of the tracker for us, and the communique that comes out to each of the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force meetings. So my understanding is I think that they have a database of about 500 people that had sort of registered, if you like, with the Commission following during the Set the Standard review. So they are provided that information, so that goes out very broadly. I also have regular meetings with the parliamentary departmental heads, with the presiding officers, and with and different groups that are actually reforming post the election, in terms of the work health and safety group that is formed in this place, and also the employee consultative group. So we've got numerous ways of getting information out about, but I would like to find more, it's true to say, Senator.
Other than the parliamentary members who are members of the committee, do you also meet with the whips of the parliamentary parties?
Yes, so I have been meeting with each of the whips and deputy whips, Senator. So I'm making my way gradually around all of those people, and that's been really useful, and seeking their guidance on not only for them directly to be able to sort of provide information about where we're at, but also seeking guidance from them about other avenues for doing that. And we've certainly been talking to the presiding officers about the potential of setting up some friends of parliamentary sort of groups as well, to be able to use that as a separate mechanism.
We do have a lot of friends of parliamentary friends of groups, so good luck with that one.
Thank you.
It's a crowded marketplace, so let me say. And in terms of some of the recommendations that particularly go to entities intended to be established within the Parliament, and bearing in mind that the parliamentary parties, the Parliament itself, has agreed to the recommendations of Set the Standard. What is your engagement, your role in relation to the development of for example, the Office of Parliamentarian Staffing and Culture and the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission. Does the task force play a role in relation to that, given that your remit is effectively monitoring the implementation? I'm not sure whether it goes beyond that.
Yeah, no, thanks, Senator, for that question. So as you've sort of indicated, our role is one of overseeing, with the task force, the implementation. So we're certainly not re-prosecuting the recommendations. The development of the OPSC, the Office of Parliamentary Staffing and Culture, and the other entities, the IPSC, for example, are the remit of government, and through legislation to be able to establish those entities. So the government has indicated, and at the last Parliamentary Leadership Task Force meeting, which was last Monday, agreed that they were going to have a consultation mechanism with people in this place and more broadly to consult around the establishment of the OPSC. And so they've also indicated to us that, and so two things I would say on that. One is that they are going to use the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force and come back to the task force with the outcomes of that consultation process. So we will have involvement through that mechanism, but also we've got a very open line of communication with PM&C who are doing that work on behalf of government to talk with them and meet with them on a very regular basis. So I meet with them both formally and informally, and I'm very content with that line of communication, Senator.
Thanks, Ms Hutton. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Payne. I'll go to Senator Faruqi. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. I actually can't see anyone anymore in the room, but that's fine, as long as you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you and we can see you. So we'll try and find out why you can't see us. Sorry about that. We'll work on it.
That's okay. No problem. The Jenkins report recognized that inequality and exclusion can be exacerbated when social identities converge. And one of the examples they gave was gender equality targets may lift women's representation overall, but women of culturally diverse backgrounds may continue to be excluded without attention to specific barriers which they may experience based on race. And I know that many participants who took part in interviews emphasized the importance of taking an intersectional approach to understanding workplace bullying, sexual harassment, and sexual assault. So what is the task force doing to ensure that you take an intersectional approach and obtain the viewpoints of these disadvantaged, underrepresented, and marginalized groups? And what advice do you give our committee to be able to do the same?
Thank you, Senator. So sort of going back to, I guess, some of the questions also that Senator Payne asked, I and my secretariat are certainly trying to, talk to as broad a groups as people as possible, and have a very open door on that, obviously, and as I've indicated and want to make sure that we're expanding that, we've certainly reached out again through the Human Rights Commission database, via way of that database, to also provide sort of all of our information so that we can have those discussions. We have a stakeholder engagement strategy that went through the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force in its early days, which I think is available on the website. I'm just looking at my secretariat who are nodding their heads on that. But true to say that we would, we're really keen to expand on that. I'd go back also to a question or to the point that Senator Payne made, that we're implementing the recommendations of the report, not sort of revisiting those. So one of the things that we've been doing is then going to all the political parties and written to each of the political leaders and the executive of each of the political parties. And I guess emphasising this point that is made in the recommendations around diversity being a broader issue than just gender, and the requirements that are put in those recommendations to provide feedback that will go forward in the annual reporting back to Parliament that is mooted for February. So I think that I think for me, being able to shine that sort of broader spotlight on the full range of diversity is one of the key things that we're focused on.
And I'm actually not asking you to re-prosecute, the findings of the report, but I guess in implementing the recommendations as well, it is important that that intersectionality be considered. So I guess none of the leaders really of the political parties belong to any of the marginalized or disadvantaged groups. So I guess my question is, how do those voices come into advising on how the implementation should be done? Because we know that those voices really don't exist, or exist to a very small numbers in the current workplace, parliamentary workplace. Is there any, there are a lot of experts though outside who could, I guess, recommend on how to implement to address those issues. So, I guess that's kind of the point that I'm making. But you said you are expanding, looking at who you engage with, so that should be good.
And look, I think that your point is a really good one as well. Around, we have tried to do things, for example, like have trauma-based education, counselling, sort of people that have spoken to us and others. And I guess my encouragement to the committee would be to, hear from as broad a range of those people and those groups as possible. And that's how I've certainly educated myself around that. And I think also to your point, maybe one of the things that we could be doing in the committee doing is just making sure that those issues around intersectionality are brought to the fore. And I'm a great believer in sort of working through from that a stakeholder point of view, or a citizen or an individual point of view, and stepping through sort of in a case study way, and being able to look at how people will be impacted by codes, by the processes that we might be putting in place. And I think putting that lens of intersectionality over the top of that is a really useful technique that we will certainly take on board following your questions on this.
Great. And just in terms of resources, I know that you have your work cut out for you. Do you have enough resources to do this work? Like, how many full-time staff members do you have, for instance, and is that sufficient?
So yes, I believe we do have, and we so because we are, and I think I've described in another fora as sort of conducting the orchestra, but the instruments being played by others, that I think that it actually makes good sense not to have huge numbers of people at the centre in the Secretariat. What we do is, try to ensure that the work is being done and have those transparent sort of accounting mechanisms, performance sort of mechanisms back, if you like, via the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force. And then ultimately through that annual reporting process that will shine a spotlight on, how well everyone is doing in terms of the implementation. But I've got three full-time resources that sit full-time in Parliament House that are working through that Secretariat. So I think that is the right number for us to be able to manage things at the centre.
I just came across knowledge of the existence of a Labour Party introduced voluntary code of race ethics in 1996 into Parliament. Basically it outlined the values of tolerance and respect within a multicultural society. I'm just wondering if you have come across that voluntary code of race ethics, and is that worthwhile for this committee to look into? Because from my perspective, it could feed into our code of conduct, and given the issues around diversity. So I'm just wondering if you've come across it.
No, I haven't actually. So we'll have a look at that. I think the Parliamentary Library had done a really good piece of work that had looked back around the sort of history of codes of conduct in Australia and in sort of Commonwealth and also internationally. And I'm not sure that in the States and Territories, yeah. So I'm not sure that was part of that. I don't remember seeing it as part of that, but we'll certainly have a look.
Okay, great. And just given the issues around diversity that were highlighted by the Jenkins review, do you think, and I know that the OPSC is going to be the organisation that is going to look at mandatory best practice training for parliamentarians. I'm just wondering if training such as anti-racism training and First Nations cultural awareness training is something you think should also be mandatory and part of that training package.
Yes, look, I think that full range of sort of issues that make up respect in workplaces certainly has a place in that training. So, and I know that it's an evolving, that induction training is an evolving piece of training, and we are certainly providing further input into that based on advice that we get back as well. So while we have that implementation role, as we're getting feedback from individuals as we're going along, it would just be useful. I'd hope you would expect also that we're feeding any of that back through to the various, either people developing induction or if we hear of issues through to PWSS and others. So, but yes, the shorter answer is yes. I think that everything that makes for a respectful workplace has a place in that training.
And then just the last question from me. The Governance Institute of Australia, in their submission to this committee, have actually suggested that we look at something like the private sector has, which is a regular dashboard measurement and reporting on key workplace cultural indicators, as seeing what progress we have made. And they've said that should include things like periodic anonymous employee engagement surveys, workplace health and safety statistics, etc. Do you think that's something worthwhile in measuring like progress and change?
Yes, I do, and I note that one of the 5 principles that are underpinning the Set the Standard report is around that accountability, and another is around performance. And I do think that certainly, the report is really highlighting through, having the annual report to Parliament and the discussion, the need for those sorts of measurements. I guess the caveat that I would put on that is obviously there are privacy concerns, so it has to be done at the appropriate level, so that it's not identifying sort of individuals or groups of individuals. Noting, we do have, some small, certainly small sort of workplace arrangements, sort of both with departments and beyond departments, obviously, in this place. But yes, look, I think, and I think that, dashboard sorts of, and I noted the submission that you're referring to, I think dashboard type reports are really useful because they're quite impactful. You can see things at a glance, as long as they're conveying, the right sorts of information, as long as they're accurate in the information, obviously, that they're providing. But yeah, I'm a big supporter of dashboards.
Yeah, thank you so much. I've run out of time. I'll put some more questions on notice if that's okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Faruqi. And Senator Chandler doesn't have questions, so I'll go straight to Ms. Marino.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Look, thank you very much for being with us today. Just in relation to, you spoke earlier about, how you're making yourselves known and working with various levels, including the whips and others. Does that process include individual or collective meetings with MPs or others? Do you envisage that that's how your work will progress, please?
Yes, so thank you for that. Yes, so certainly lots of discussions at the moment with individuals, but envisaging that and I should say some of the political parties have asked me to speak at gatherings that they have. So some regular gatherings, for example, that the whips have in various parties. So there is some of that that's happening already, and I've undertaken to have look at some sort of communication sort of sessions, if you like, during parliamentary sitting periods. For both MOPS staff, so for both staff in this place, others that work here, and parliamentarians, to be able to talk about sort of progress against the recommendations. And I know that in speaking to Commissioner Jenkins, she has also made herself available for that. We've also sort of raised that issue of having, others speaking at those sorts of events. So we're yet to set them up, but that's certainly our intention.
Yeah, look, thank you. I think we sit at about 5,000 odd people who work in and around the Parliament, yes, particularly during sitting periods. I think it's 3,000 or 5,000. I can't remember exactly how many, but it is quite a challenge to get that messaging to those various individuals and groups. With the accountability and the reporting to Parliament, that aspect, given I'm just concerned that are you envisaging that some of the reporting would be, given the need for confidentiality, office by office, or broader than that in the reporting process, please?
So thank you. So the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force has asked for some work to be done around this to look at what that annual reporting would look like. I certainly don't think that it was ever envisaged that it would get down to that level of specificity, though. That my expectation is that it would be at a higher level for those sorts of privacy reasons and others that I've already mentioned. So at the moment, where the intention is that we will provide, and I should say that there's a lot of work being done around data collection. We're working particularly with a data group to look at what the possibilities are of the sorts of data that we could collect to put in that annual report, and then we will take those ideas back to the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force for their consideration.
Yeah, look, I just reinforce some of the points I made earlier around the need for confidentiality to protect all parties and to encourage a respectful engagement process, but I think that will be very important in your work as well.
Yes, and look, I couldn't agree more that we need to, we want to provide sort of the transparency to show that that the performance is improving, and that in terms of safe and respectful workplaces, but it would never be envisaged to provide information that would be able to identify either, I think, sort of individual workplaces or, and certainly not individuals, would be my view, without even having to sort of refer that to the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force.
Yeah, again, I think processes that we put in place through the code, hopefully that will be sufficient to provide not just the confidentiality, but the confidence in individuals, and also in the whole of the workplace, right through to the members of Parliament and senators in this space, that the process is appropriately managed, and that all parties know what their responsibilities are and can discharge them in the normal course of their work.
Yes, and I should say also that departments, of parliamentary departments, there is information that is already provided, I think, in all of their annual reports or through annual reporting processes, and they're developing that up. So when I say about not identifying individual workplaces, obviously at a high enough level you can do that, but just not down to sort of individuals themselves.
Yes, thank you. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Marino. And I'm just checking, please let me know if there are other questions online, but I have had a request from media to take a photograph of witnesses in the room. So I'm just checking that is okay with all three of you? Yes. Yep, terrific. Thank you very much. Then you can proceed, do your job. And I might just jump in now in case and give others some time to think if they've got any follow-up questions, really. But I was thinking through some of the issues Senator Faruqi has raised, and it seems to me that we've completed inductions now for 46 new members of Parliament, and there was indeed, as I'm seeking your confirmation, that there was indeed a section on the importance of creating a diverse and inclusive workplace in those induction processes. Yeah. So that's one thing that has been in place now. And there are, throughout the Jenkins report, a whole lot of recommendations that don't actually apply to this committee per se, but deal with really holding political parties to some account as well around changes that are required of each of those parties and or indeed cross benches who might not have party structures but will need to give some consideration to these matters clearly. So but within our remit here on the codes of conduct, I'm wondering, you know, you've got this role of overseeing the implementation of all those recommendations, so you may have a view on this about that this committee being tasked with developing the codes of conduct will report by 1st of December, and it might well be in an environment where those, the Office of Parliamentary Staffing and Culture, the Independent sort of Parliamentary Standards Commission are not yet up and running. And so you know, I'm not putting timetables imposing on anybody here, but this body of work has to be done in order for some other recommendations to progress. So if you could talk to us about that, and then if you've had any thoughts about how to deal with that that gap, I think, that might well exist in terms of how, you know, people are going to deal with issues around complaints, obviously the kind of lower level ones perhaps that aren't triggering a different kind of investigation if those two bodies are not yet functioning.
Thanks, Chair. So I might just, and you're quite right in terms of the interdependencies of the work of this committee with a range of the recommendations, and I might just sort of point to a few of those where I think that where work continues on but will be made so much more powerful and is really contingent, I guess, on a lot of the work of this committee. So, and so the induction piece, which you've mentioned and other committee members have mentioned, it's really, you know, hard to induct people about expected standards of behaviour without an agreed code of conduct. So that means that while, and you quite rightly said that the induction that has been provided and then and that continuous induction that is for all parliamentarians and staff does have, you know, a big part of that is around work health and safety and including safe and respectful workplaces. But I do expect the staffing discussions and induction programs need to address expected standards of behaviour, and that need to be inclusive and respectful. So, and then all other HR support and education functions of the proposed OPSC would need to be guided, I think, by the outputs of this committee. So it doesn't mean that those things can't be happening. It just means I think they're poorer for not having that, having, you know, the outcomes of this work. At present, there's no standard of behaviour included in the MOPS Act. That's in stark contrast to the Public Service Act, which does include a code of conduct for public service such as DLOs. So again, you have that intersection of sort of some people working beside others that actually have clarity around codes and others that don't. And so that outcome of the MOPS Act review, considering how expectations and employee behaviour are outlined in a code of conduct, is sort of a second area that obviously, you know, you're reliant on and they're reliant on you. The Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission that's proposed, again, there was some discussion I know earlier today, and I suppose for me that importance of having numerous pathways, which comes to that sort of second part of your question, for people to report and be able to have a redress about a potential breach of the code of conduct and to be able to make independent recommendations and where appropriate sort of impose sanctions. I think the noting that the terms of this committee are not only about developing those codes of conduct but also about recommending options for enforcement. So again, that intersection with that IPSC is going to be important, but that doesn't mean, I guess, that that work can't be continuing on in terms of how that how the government is sort of setting that up. So it does, you know, allow all of that to be done, but it all has to come sort of together ultimately. I think the work is underway to review existing work health and safety arrangements in the Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces. That's under recommendation 25. And there will be likely some overlap between the content of the codes of conduct and work health and safety. There's because of the array of issues that work health and safety law covers, that I'm really mindful that there are different mechanisms available to pursue resolution on these matters. So that intersection is also important. Again, we're able to get on and do that review around work health and safety, but we need to, you know, we're keeping a close eye on the sorts of work that's being done in this committee. The other area is around alcohol and drug policy. The Jenkins report recommended incorporating clear expectations about the use of alcohol within the respective codes of conduct. We are doing a stock take, a bit more than a stock take.
Well, a risk assessment, really, of the use of alcohol in the various workplaces, and to do that, the parliamentary departments and the Department of Finance, on behalf of MOPS Act staff, undertaking assessments as to the impact of alcohol in the various types of workplaces. That will inform the development of draft alcohol policies. In particular, there are some workplaces or staff in Parliament House, for example, working for DPS, Department of Parliamentary Services, that do have alcohol policies in place, and others that don't. So this risk assessment work will inform the development of draft policies that will then need to be consulted on by impacted staff.
So I think obviously sort of for us to sort of be providing the some of the outcomes of that work in progress to the committee would be, I think, Chair, would be very beneficial, so that then we're keeping, you know, you're keeping up with sort of what we've got, and we're listening sort of closely to sort of the sorts of submissions and provision of information to the committee as well. So I do think it is sort of building the aircraft while it's sort of in flight, and we're very mindful of that. But as I said, I don't think it stops anything happening. And the final piece, which you've also mentioned, is that political parties are considering how best to address the recommendations for more diverse and gender balanced and parliamentary and staff cohorts within each of the political parties. I mentioned I've written out to the political parties and to the executive around those recommendations 5 and 6, and a meeting with with the leaders and with the executive as well. So I think that recommendation 4 from the Jenkins report's linked to the work of this committee. Is expected that, you know, those party leaders, parliamentarians and senior staff would set those expectations. So there's what's that? That's probably about half a dozen sort of really big sort of touch points here that we're very mindful of. But I think it's all, like, the timeframes are challenging, but I do think, I don't need to say that to you, but I think it's, I think we can sort of manage that by, and I'm very open to, taking any questions on board for the committee and appearing at any time as well.
Thank you. One final question before I go back to Senator Faruqi, who wants to have a follow-up, is really around those staff consultation processes. And, it's an issue raised again and again with me, and I'm sure many members of the committee. And there aren't really... there aren't recommendations in Set the Standard that will go to a body or improvements in that manner. And so I'm just wondering if you've been receiving feedback around some more clearer pathways for consultation with parliamentarian staff in particular, but there are staff from working for a range of people, of course, in this building and in other Commonwealth workplaces. So just interested if you've been getting some feedback on that regard and whether there's some thinking around more structured ways of engaging with a very important stakeholder group in this
absolutely.
place.
And yes, we pretty consistently get that feedback, and I think one of the things that I was struck by in coming into this role is there is no one button you can press on your computer to send an email to everybody easily. People are working on different systems. It's obviously a building where it's hard to just put a poster on a wall to sort of say, use this email address or ring this number to get further information. So I guess there are a few things that I would say, and I might also have Ms Johnson with a little bit of notice to talk about sort of some of those obligations under the work health and safety legislation, which is also an avenue we're obviously very mindful of with this in consultation. I think there are a couple of existing mechanisms that I've mentioned. So there's the established sort of work health and safety consultative group. There is also the employee consultative group. So we're certainly using those mechanisms. We have also been working with groups like the CPSU, who also have established mechanisms there, but recognising that not all of these groups will get to everyone. I know that in terms of the development of the OPSC, I mentioned before that the government plans on its own consultation process that with certainly staff here and in more broadly in Commonwealth workplaces at the centre of that, which I think is great. Through talking about some of these information sessions that we're sort of planning either through mechanisms like Parliamentary Friends of, but taking on board comments that have been made already this morning, but having some of those mechanisms where we provide, in the theaterette here and other places, mechanisms for people to at least hear from us about what's going on and have some feedback into that. And things like the MOPS review, there's been more formal processes as well. So there are a variety of things. Then they're imperfect, I'd have to say, to be able to get to that large array of people. So we will keep sort of working on that as well, and grateful for also back the other way for any views. But so we've got quite a few mechanisms that we're using, and we've talked about websites, and we've talked and we're obviously using the departmental departmental avenues too, in terms of the work health and safety and other groups that they have. But it's still not perfect. But do you want to just mention, Ms Johnson, the Work Health and Safety?
The Work Health and Safety Act does require that staff be consulted on matters that impact them. And there are a number of mechanisms that are in place at present which we're drawing on. So each of the parliamentary departments and the Department of Finance have their own groups, as Ms Hartland mentioned, for consulting directly with staff. So we have been engaging with the parliamentary departments, and they have then been operating consultation via those channels. We do note that while MOPS Act staff are consulted via the groups that are convened by the Department of Finance, there isn't a formal group established for consulting with parliamentarians, so there is a gap there. There also isn't a mechanism, for example, for consulting with all of those groups in a single forum, as Ms Hartland also referred to. At present, under the work that's being undertaken on Recommendation 25, addressing the work health and safety matters in this place, there is some consideration of the existing consultation mechanisms, and we anticipate that there will be some recommendations made about potentially how to improve those consultation mechanisms into the future.
Thank you. I very much appreciate that feedback, and I will go to Senator Faruqi first, and I'll come back to you if there's any more time. Okay. Senator Faruqi.
Thanks so much, Chair. I was just going through the Parliament of Australia Parliamentary Services submission last night, and they have kind of highlighted that there is behaviour that may not amount to bullying, harassment or discrimination, but is nonetheless inappropriate and unacceptable. And their suggestion is that this code that we are developing could be supported by examples of what might or might not be considered unacceptable behaviour. Do you think that would be helpful in the implementation of the code?
So I think sort of bringing as much sort of practical sort of examples to light is really useful, and as I mentioned before, I'm a big supporter of sort of case studies as a way of really being able to sort of highlight in this case, sort of what's appropriate and what's inappropriate, and we know that people have different views on that, and there's a bit of a continuum, but I think being able to put some lines in the sand around that's really important. I do note that the New Zealand, I'm just making sure that I get the language right around the New Zealand statement, upholding the New Zealand Parliament statement of expectations, that it has the one-pager that has the 7 expectations, and then on the following page it talks about under each of those 7 what it means, and has a definition, for example, of bullying, or a definition of harassment, or a definition of what showing respect means, and then the why it matters. And I thought that was a really, succinct way of being able to do that. It doesn't go the full way in what I think you're envisaging, but I do think having that sort of almost that one-pager that is really easy to sort of a go-to piece, and then sort of being able to back that up in terms of a case study type examples is sort of useful. I think it's probably even more useful in using those in terms of training, in terms of induction, education, facilitation of sort of issues in the workplace are certainly those where I find it really, gets most traction.
So from where I sit, I guess for me, a code of conduct, obviously it sets the standard of behaviour, but in the end, what we want to achieve is preventing such behaviour.
Correct.
So how do you think the code and associated infrastructure could help with that? Like, what should we consider that should be in the code and in the associated infrastructure that actually moves us towards a preventative strategy?
So I think that it is, and I know that people before me this morning have already said this, but the code is a really important part of this, and obviously the enforcement is as well. But this is a major culture change, and we need to look at it as that major culture change that will take time, will evolve, will take a lot of effort, and takes a stepping up of everyone in a leadership role. And I have noted that sometimes when I use the term leadership in this place, people go to think of only the leaders of their parties. And I suppose when I'm talking about leadership, I'm talking about the leadership of sort of everyone in workplaces, whether they be parliamentarians or chiefs of staff or advisors. And I think, you know, the education sort of process from, you know, the good induction processes for everybody, the refresher sort of training, you know, as soon as sort of an issue arises, and because, you know, there's a lot of people, you know, we've talked about the 5,000 people that are in this place in Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces, many more, than that, you know, being able to have conversations and have open conversations and be able to, as you say, take that sort of preventive sort of mechanism. So I think that, you know, we do need to look at this as one part of a continuum sort of activity, and unless we're doing all of those pieces, then the code won't work on its own.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fruki, and that brings us to towards the end. My final question was not dissimilar. It's really the codes of conduct are one important part of a much larger process to drive cultural change in our workplaces, wherever they might be, in Canberra or in any of the electorate offices around the country or CPOs. And so there is that much bigger project of the educative role and the training that accompanies these recommendations that we will keep tracking in order to ensure that you know, the work being done in this committee and all of the other sort of bodies that are trying to work towards the implementation of the recommendations are kind of, you know, in a coordinated fashion. And we've had a bit of evidence earlier this morning too about just how ways to start embedding that practice, you know, embedding these changes into daily practices in our workplaces. That's the challenge before each and every one of us, and we all play some kind of leadership role in that regard. So thank you enormously for your evidence here this morning. I do really appreciate it. And if you have taken some questions on notice, could you please provide responses to the Secretariat by the 28th of September. We'll remain engaged, I'm sure,
yes.
and welcome, you know, any opportunities to feedback to each other.
Great.
So this committee will now take a 15-minute break and return at 12:15 p.m. Thank you. Welcome the Clerk of the Senate, the Clerk of the House of Representatives and the Secretary of the Department of Parliamentary Services to provide their evidence. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on policy matters, on matters of policy rather, and that the officers giving evidence in this session shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of them to the relevant presiding officers of the Parliament. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you. Excellent, I'm getting nods. And so for the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Clarissa Surtees, Clerk of the House of Representatives.
Thank you.
Richard Pye, I'm the Clerk of the Senate.
Rob Stefanik, Secretary of the Department of Parliamentary Services.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement. I'm not sure if you want to do one each or if you've nominated a person to do so. I'll let you work that out. But I will invite members, at the conclusion of the opening statement, I'll invite members of the committee then to ask questions. And we will hear in order, I understand, from... You're looking at me with a perplexed look. So Do you have an opening statement is my first question.
I don't, Madam Chair,
Okay.
and I'm happy to rely on the joint submission that we've provided to the committee.
All right. Any opening statements from the...
Chair, I wasn't going to make an opening statement, but perhaps I will. As Clarissa has said, we've made a joint submission, which...
So just in case committee members can't see, we had a technical issue of not being able to see the room. I'm just going to let you know that this is Mr Richard Pye, Clerk of the Senate, now speaking.
Thanks, Chair. As Clarissa has mentioned, the parliamentary departments have made a joint submission which has now been published, as I understand it, and in that submission we took the opportunity to outline the way in which our code of conduct applies in our space. I won't speak to that now. I'm sure that members of the committee will ask questions about the way in which we use that code. But I thought I'd just mention or refer to a briefing that the heads of the parliamentary departments had with Commissioner Jenkins in the middle of December last year. This was obviously shortly after the Parliament rose and after the Set the Standard report was presented. The purpose of that briefing was to discuss what the review heard and the rationale underpinning its framework for action. One of the things we were told was that the issues affecting staff in the parliamentary departments are very different than those affecting staff in what I might call political offices. The drivers and risk factors for misconduct identified in the report particularly affect parliamentarians and their staff. This includes factors like power imbalances, unclear and inconsistent standards of behaviour, precarious employment and what I might call inadequate human resource systems or lack of awareness about the human resource supports that were available. The other message that I suppose we got from Commissioner Jenkins at that stage was that the greatest risks for our staff are found in our proximity to that ecosystem. And this aligns with our experience, really. We have, across the parliamentary service, sound employment practices underpinned by appropriate legislation. We've got a legislated code of conduct. We've got policies for dealing with misconduct that are tailored to our work. And these enable us very much to set the behavioural expectations that some of your other witnesses have been talking about this morning, and deal with inappropriate conduct when it arises between employees as well. So in this regard, we have similar issues, I guess, to other public sector agencies and deal with them in similar ways. And this is a little bit of what our submission goes to, there are gaps in our policies and practices when it comes to the conduct of parliamentarians and of parliamentarian staff. These gaps are clearly of concern to our staff given their work environment and their proximity to political offices. Our policies acknowledge that senators and their staff, members and their staff, are potentially sources of misconduct. But our staff have told us that they want more detail here, more detail about the processes, more transparency about their use. So in our submission to the Jenkins inquiry, we said that we have a particular interest in the development and implementation of independent mechanisms for complaints against senators and their staff, whether the mechanisms themselves are designed to be accessible to parliamentary service employees or, as an alternative, could act as a model that we could apply in our own departments in relevant circumstances. And the department, my department and our staff are very interested in recommendations concerning codes of conduct for parliamentarians and their staff as a contribution to a more positive and respectful workplace. That was a slightly longer opening statement than perhaps I intended, Chair, but I'll leave it there.
Perfectly acceptable. Thank you, Clerk of the Senate. I might just check in with your good self, Mr. Stefanik, if there is any opening remarks that you might like to make.
No, thank you, Chair. I was happy not to make any, but I certainly endorse Mr. Pye's opening statement.
Okay, well, that's given us a good starting point. It's my tradition so far as I usually come up last in the questioning, so I will head to my Deputy Chair, Senator Maurice Payne, for her first questions. Over to you, Senator Payne.
Thank you, Chair, and can I thank the clerks and other officials for joining us today. At the end of your submission, the principal submission on page 5 of 15, one of the things that you say is that care is needed to ensure that any new codes of conduct or standards of behaviour are not inconsistent with those currently applying to parliamentary service employees. And we are acutely aware of the variety of staff and entrance to the building that codes of conduct that we are considering and charged with developing are going to have to cover. So I think that you make a very important point in that. I wondered whether there has been engagement, for example, from the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force to you and your departments in relation to your pre-existing code and its requirements and implementation, first of all. And then secondly, because the Jenkins report recommendations include recommendations in relation to the Office of Parliamentarian Staffing and Culture and the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission, I'd be interested also in your views on how two such entities would interact with your various entities. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Payne.
Look, I'll jump in there. It's Richard Pye again speaking. Thanks for your questions, Senator. The Parliamentary Leadership Task Force I guess is engaging with us across all of the relevant recommendations from Set the Standard. And there's a group sitting underneath the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force, which is the implementation group, a very meaningful term there, but the implementation group, which comprises senior officers and HR specialists from across each of our departments. So I suppose it is through that implementation group that we've had the opportunity to speak about how our code applies in the building, how we use it, and as I've said in my opening statement before, the code really provides the basis for us to set expectations of behaviour for our staff. So the emphasis of our code of conduct really is around, of our policies in this space is about using that the text of the code, the text of the employment principles that are also legislated for the parliamentary service, and the values which are the third element in our legislated code, to help staff understand as supervisors and as employees what their rights and responsibilities are, and to help us to set those standards. We've, in the Senate department, I know there's been similar experience in the other departments as well, we've had ongoing engagement with our staff about what this workplace, how this workplace operates and how to navigate the workplace, I suppose. We have tried to establish health and wellbeing policies and bullying, harassment, sexual harassment policies that recognise the workplace that we're in. And I think that that's a really important thing to do. One of the things that the Set the Standard report saw as drivers of a lot of the concerns that it reported are things like power imbalances, things like precarious employment. The fact that we don't have those same relationships in our perfectly ordinary public sector employment model that we all apply gives us some experience, some opportunity to say really there's not a lot of difference between parliamentary service, the code of conduct for a parliamentary service versus the code of conduct for a parliamentary service, a public service and parliamentary service. But it is important to recognise where those differences are. So the main difference in our employment structure is that the parliamentary service needs to be responsive to the parliament and needs to import values around impartiality and confidentiality in providing advice and support to senators and members and to their staff. So it has a different purpose in that service area than in the public service. Finding ways to take what is a core value for us, which is around that impartiality, and import that into a code for parliamentarians and for parliamentarian staff where there's a different requirement in terms of advice and support. I think that's a major challenge. But outside of that sort of responsiveness and impartiality space, I think all of the professionalism, integrity, respect, all of those core principles that Commissioner Jenkins was talking about in her evidence this morning, there's no reason that those core principles couldn't be applied equitably across all of the relevant codes. And in relation to the OPSC and IPSC, I have spoken for too long, so I've forgotten the detail of your question, Senator Payne.
Well, I think the question is, there's an existing structure which you outlined both in your submission and in your remarks, Clark. There's an existing structure for your employees, and the Jenkins Set the Standard recommendations envisage the establishment of these two other entities, the Office of Parliamentarian Staffing and Culture and the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission. It seems to me that we will inevitably end up with multiple layers of entities, at least, within the broad Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces. The Sex Discrimination Commissioner this morning has strongly emphasised the importance of both consistency and clarity in any codes that are developed pursuant to her recommendations. So we've noted that, and we had a discussion about that this morning, but we will end up with further entities within the workplace structure where your staff are also interacting, and I wonder what thought has been given from your perspective to their operation, where there are intersections, if there are any, that you envisage, and how you are working with, for example, I mentioned before, the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force, but also others within the operation of the building, how you're working to ensure that we do have that clarity and consistency, that we don't suffer from duplication or overlap, or even worse, complications and contradictions.
Yes, so there has been there's been a bit of thought and a bit of experience, I suppose, in that space through the establishment last year of the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service, which we expect will end up being a part of the Parliamentary Standards Commission down the track when that's established. So we've set up protocols between each of our agencies and the PWSS. I think the ink is still drying on them, but they've recently been finalised, and it's around working out who has responsibility for what. So we We know that the functions of the PWSS were expanded in recent times to provide, among other things, immediate support, support and assistance in working out paths to investigate complaints, but in relation to our staff, but not going so far as to have the PWSS be the agency that would then undertake investigations. But just having some clarity around who undertakes which of those roles, but having the roles be relatively consistent seems to be the pattern that I think will work for us. I know there's some staff, and I've mentioned this in my submission to the Jenkins review, and I think it was mentioned in our joint submission as well. There are some staff who very much would like to say, well, if the conduct that is being investigated is conduct of a parliamentarian or one of their staff, then it shouldn't matter who you are, who's been affected by the conduct. The IPSC, as it's eventually put up, should be the body that investigates and have the policies and procedures and approaches to determine how to investigate that. I don't know that that's a consistent view yet, and certainly we heard some views in relation to DLOs that there would be some home agencies that would think that having the PWSS or its successor undertake the investigative role in relation to workplace complaints is appropriate, and some home agencies went, well, no, we're responsible for our staff, and we have our own policies, our own investigative mechanisms, and we'd prefer to keep them in place. I don't know how that is going to be wrapped up in the long run, but I think that our approach to date has been to say, well, there's no reason we can't have consistency of policy, consistency of approach, and consistency of adoption of a model, even if we don't have technical access to the PWSS. I think that probably applies in the space for the OPSC and the IPSC into the future as well. We already have our own dedicated HR supports, policies, HR advice, induction, training, all of these things that work in our space and that we've tried to tailor to our work in our environment. The OPSC, I think, is intended to provide that same support to MOP staff in particular and to parliamentarians. Again, I think that consistency in relation to the principles and the policies can be achieved without necessarily saying, oh, the OPSC should switch its focus from the filling the gap that is there at the moment, which is the lack of a code of conduct, lack of HR or lack of awareness of HR support for parliamentarians and their staff. I don't know that you would want to mop up all of the HR support and other things for other cohorts of staff where that already exists, but I suppose that's certainly that wasn't the focus of the Set the Standards recommendations, but I think that consistency of policy and approach is more important than trying to sort of hammer everybody into the same commission or work unit. I've spoken too much again.
Senator Payne, perhaps if I could just add to what Richard said. As the leaders of the parliamentary service, we're very used to consulting with one another when we develop solutions that require all of our input. And our staff at the moment are involved with the working groups that have been established to target each of the recommendations from the Jenkins report. And as Richard mentioned, there's the implementation group with other senior people on that. The heads, we get together with the chair of the PLT every couple of weeks to stay in touch with latest developments. So there are a lot of ways for us to stay in touch with the solutions as they're being developed and to have an input that can help shape what that will ultimately mean. And that would apply equally to the recommendations in relation to the OPSC and the IPSC. Thanks.
Perhaps if I may add just a little bit more to that. I think, Senator,
if you might just state your
sorry,
name,
Rob Stephanie.
just for the purposes of the record. Please.
Apologies, I leapt straight in. I think clarity and coherence will be important. I think when I met with Commissioner Jenkins, one of the things that I stressed was my concern about the complexity of the Commonwealth framework and the addition of additional bodies would potentially add to the confusion. I don't believe the creation of new entities necessarily is the panacea. It's more the policies and the training and reforms that sit under that, I think, that are more important. And certainly the feedback we've been getting through inductions of new parliamentarians, and it would seem to be anecdotally the case from this last election, that despite our best efforts to each of the agencies to present what they do in a very clear manner, there still seems to be a little bit of confusion about who does what. So I think that clarity will be important about what exactly that service does. And so by example, I guess I can give you the lived experience. Before being in this role, I was the CEO of Department of Parliamentary Services in New South Wales. Both New South Wales and Victoria have much simpler forms in which services are delivered to the Parliament, and it's very easy for parliamentarians to navigate the services they need to access. The other thing that I'll just quickly mention in terms of the code of conduct, and I'll endorse Mr. Pye's comments. For us, the code of conduct and the parliamentary service values underpin the cultural transformation that DPS embarked on in 2018. From that, we developed a framework of policies and training and other reforms, including leadership, that were all based on the Parliamentary Service Code of Conduct and the values. So I certainly would see a great deal of value in leveraging the Parliamentary Service Code of Conduct, but also that's just the beginning of the work, I guess, that the Code of Conduct is the important foundation, but it's all the cultural work that stems from that will be the critical element. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the officers for their responses.
Thank you, Senator Payne. I'll go next to us. Oh, just before I do jump in, sorry, Senator Faruqi, I have a request. There's an AAP photographer in the room who would like to take a photograph, I presume, of the witnesses. And so I'm seeking your permission for that to happen. Thank you very much. So that might happen during the course of events. Now across to you. Sorry, Senator Faruqi.
Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon, and thank you so much for coming to provide evidence to us. From your submission, I understand that your departments have some form of respectful workplace behaviour training in place. Could I ask if that training is mandatory?
I'll answer. Richard Pye again speaking here. Hello, Senator.
Hello.
Good to see you. We represent 3 of the 4 parliamentary departments, and we have different approaches to training and different elements of that training. But we do a lot of training with our staff around, as I said before, navigating the parliamentary environment. So I guess we tailor it from year to year, we switch around a little bit what we include, but a lot of it has to do with the fact that our staff end up, in supporting committees, for instance, our staff end up in situations that they probably didn't imagine that they were signing up to when they were saying, "Oh yes, I'll be a researcher, I'll be logistical support for a Senate committee or a joint committee, of course," and we end up with staff being counsellors, support service for witnesses who are giving evidence to inquiries into sensitive topics or difficult topics. So we run a range of training around managing challenging stakeholders, around how the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service operates. We have had Q&A sessions on the Jenkins recommendations, on how our workplace policies fit into that space. We start people off with mandatory training in those areas through our induction program, which is a fairly, I think by public sector standards, pretty rigorous induction. The induction process includes the Deputy Clerk and I, Jackie Morris and I, speaking to new staff directly about the sorts of things that we're talking about here today, about the Set the Standard report, about the narrative of the Parliament as a toxic workplace, but the flip side of us being perfectly ordinary public sector agencies in many ways, and the fact that, as I said in my opening statement, the experience for our staff is often a very different experience than the experience for political staff. So we do also have lots of training around mindfulness and around emotional well-being, and just around, I guess, thinking about the parliamentary environment and the stresses and the opportunities that it provides, and trying to tailor our training to those needs.
Mm-hmm. We're just looking at training, once the code of conduct is developed, what sort of training is needed to support that and implement that. Just wondering if any of your departments provide specific training on anti-racism or disability education or First Nations cultural awareness at the moment.
I perhaps might jump in there, Senator. Rob Stefanick, Department of Parliamentary Services. So the simple answer to your initial question, Senators, DPS does have respectful workplace training module, and it is mandatory for our staff. We also, similar to the other parliamentary departments, we do have a suite of other training courses, including our induction, which talks about behaviour and conduct. We do bullying, harassment, discrimination, workplace training, which is mandatory. There is also, in answer to your second question, Senator, so all our staff have to complete the core cultural awareness module, which is also mandatory, and that's an e-learning program that was developed by AATSIS, which is designed to encourage individual reflection on culture and on how individuals' cultural influences impact on how they behave towards others. So we also, so that is a mandatory course. We also provide disability confidence training for our staff, which is not mandatory, but we do encourage staff to undertake. And there is, I think that covers your question, Senator. If there's anything, yeah, please. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Just also wanted to ask, in what way do you or your departments kind of protect your workforce if there is any misconduct or unacceptable behaviour by parliamentarians or their staff towards your staff? What is the current mechanism to be able to deal with that?
Thank you, Senator. Clarissa Surtees, the Clerk of the House. We do have a specific policy in relation to workplace bullying and harassment, and under that policy a staff member is able to raise an issue with us in relation to anybody who they work with in the workplace, and so that could include a member or member's staff or some other person that's involved in a process that they work in. And we have had cases where unacceptable behaviour of members has been raised with us, and it's the responsibility of one of our senior executive staff to go and address that matter directly with the member involved, and then we would let the staff member know that consultation has taken place.
And is there something that you have learned over time through that process, any trends or specific concerns that have arisen that you think should be addressed in the code of conduct that we are developing?
I think that the basic issue is one of understanding that everybody deserves to be treated with respect in a workplace, and that it's a professional environment. I do think it's a matter of a shifting perception, perhaps, of the appropriateness of the way people might deal with one another. So I guess that's the thing that occurs to me about those particular experiences. I must say that it's not been very common, but to the extent that it's been raised, that people have responded in a way that indicates they understand the seriousness of the matter that's been raised, and are fully accepting that it should cease, that the behaviour should cease. And to my knowledge, that it has.
Yeah, there was this discussion, I think, beforehand about the differences between the department and, parliamentarians in their offices in terms of power imbalance. But I guess there is still a power imbalance between you and parliamentarians. So that needs to be addressed as well. I was just wondering that once these codes have been developed, that this committee has been tasked to do, what do you see as leaders of these departments is your role in making them the most effective they can be?
I'll take this. Richard Pye again, Senator. I think that certainly what our staff have indicated to us, they want to see out of codes of conduct, standards of conduct in the precincts and so forth, is an ability for them as staff and for their supervisors to draw the line, to be able to say, well, you are all subject to the same requirements of integrity and respect and courtesy and compliance with the law in relation to discrimination and harassment and bullying. We can use these elements of the code to really draw that attention to standards of behaviour. This is the point. It's a bit axiomatic, I suppose. But I saw when you were speaking to another witness earlier, Senator, you were drawing on our observation in our submission that giving examples of what sort of behaviour crosses the line, that's the sort of thing that our staff really like to see. And they have those examples, they have case studies and examples in our own policy documents, but senators and their staff, members and their staff aren't necessarily aware of the same thing. So being able to say, well, we've got a set of standards that have been agreed and have been adopted across the Parliament, where does conduct become inappropriate? Where do expectations of our staff cross into being unreasonable expectations? Having a code of conduct that we can use to develop those examples and to provide to senators, members and to their staff some guidance as to what is acceptable in relation to not just conduct but also expectations. I think that's the sort of thing that that certainly our staff will want us to be undertaking.
Could you pass on that policy document which has those examples? Is that possible for you to give it to the committee?
Certainly can, Senator.
That'll be really appreciated. I think I've run out of time. If there's time later on, Chair, please come back to me. Otherwise, over to you. Thank you,
As
everyone.
always, Senator Faruqi, I will come back to you if we've got time. I might just hand across to Senator Chandler.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the Parliamentary Departments for appearing today. Just a short line of questions from me, but I want to focus on the existing processes that the respective chambers of the Parliament have in place to deal with issues of conduct, and how do we see this new code of conduct interacting with that? I guess stepping back, we think about the way that debates occur within the House of Representatives or within the Senate are guided by the standing orders. Do we think we'll need to make changes to the standing orders to ensure that this code of conduct is reflected not only in the building but specifically within the parliamentary chambers? Is that a question that has been contemplated through the consultation process?
Yes, Senator, it's Richard Pye speaking again. Yes, it's not only a question that we're talking about, but it's a question that I guess underpins a couple of the recommendations of the Set the Standard report as well. There's a recommendation about everyday respect in the Senate chamber, in the two chambers, I should say. I always keep doing that. And equally in the proceedings of committees. And one of the essential elements of Commissioner Jenkins' recommendations is that they interlock. They're all meant to be implemented according to a particular time frame, I suppose, but they all intersect with each other. So the work of this committee and the adoption of codes of behaviour across different groups and across the building will certainly have to inform where the two chambers and their committees go in relation to finding different ways of marking conduct and enforcing, adopting standards and encouraging adherence to them and enforcing them. But it is a different bit of work to do that in the standing orders of the two houses than in a code of conduct for broader application. There will have to be some work done to have those things align, and it is something that, I mean, you are all uniquely placed to consider in this committee and bring your own experiences of operating in a chamber versus everything else that you do in your work as parliamentarians. And it shouldn't be underestimated how what the issues, how big the issues involved are. We're talking about, on the one hand, two robust debating chambers which are meant to be built on centuries of tradition around freedom of speech, being able to come into the parliament and say things that your constituents want you to say, and address issues that are big issue topics in your electorates, your states and territories, or things that have been brought to you directly by members of the public interest groups and so forth. And they want you to address these things in the Senate, and the House. And there is this question: how much do you wish to encroach on freedom of speech, freedom of debate, which means the freedom to decide what it is that you will talk about in the Senate and the House, versus a code of conduct which is, among other things, about these behavioural expectations and around finding ways to adopt the laws that apply to everybody around anti-discrimination and against bullying and harassment and these things. All of these laws apply to you all. They apply to you all now. Finding ways to make sure that you can bring them into not just a code of conduct for the building and for your own interactions with people and for the interactions your staff have with you and with others, and you also have to find a way to say, well, how does that plug into a parliamentary system? I think there is a lot of work that needs to be done in that space, and I think that, the conversations that I know senators and members are having at the moment about that exact issue and the work that this committee is embarking on at the moment, finding ways to make them interlock as well will be an interesting exercise, Senator.
Thank you very much, Clark. And I think that was a really important contribution because, like you say, there are special rules that exist around the respective chambers, and there are very good reasons why those rules exist to enable free debate and ensure that we can all go about our jobs, at least in the chamber, without fear of repercussions. Does that mean that you envisage a situation where, say, the Parliament collectively has agreed upon a code of conduct that won't necessarily, at a point, govern what happens in the chambers, that there's an additional piece of work? I mean, it depends on what the code of conduct says and how prescriptive it is, but there would be an additional piece of work to change standing orders if we wanted to further specify the type of behaviour that is acceptable within the House of Representatives and the Senate as the chambers themselves.
Yes, I think that's right, Senator. But the thing to keep in mind here, though, is that it's not as if the standards of behaviour in the Senate chamber and the House chamber are necessarily freewheeling.
No, certainly. I would never suggest that.
Exactly. So I don't think there's any barrier to the House and the Senate through their standing orders, through other resolutions, and especially in relation to, for instance, their resolutions about how committees should operate. I don't think there's any barrier to the two houses adopting something that senators and members feel is consistent with the code of conduct. The important point, though, is to say that how you implement a code, how you decide where and when it applies, is something that you just have to give slightly different consideration to in relation to the proceedings of Parliament itself. But I don't think that... I heard some interesting evidence earlier on from Commissioner Jenkins to say, well, the houses have to remain masters of their own affairs, and it's a lovely traditional way of looking at the Parliament, and it certainly is something that applies, with more, I guess, gravity and tradition back in Westminster, but I don't know that it applies to the same extent in relation to the Commonwealth Parliament. We've got a written constitution that gives the Parliament the power to legislate for the powers, privileges and immunities of each of the houses. So if the Parliament decided, well, let's have a code of conduct, and let's say that one of the elements of the code of conduct is that a parliamentarian in breach of the code might be fined, that is something that the Parliament can decide to legislate. It doesn't exist at the moment. The only mechanism in privilege law, let's call it that, the only mechanism in privilege law at the moment whereby you can admonish or fine or imprison, we haven't done that for a long time, I'm not saying get on it, but the only mechanism is through the contempt jurisdiction. So you've got this again, hundreds of years of convention and tradition, and this is how it applies. But the Parliament was very happy in 1987 in putting down the Parliamentary Privileges Act to say, okay, contempt is a bit of a Wild West jurisdiction, let's rein it in a little bit by saying something is only a contempt if it amounts to an improper interference with the work of the houses, their committees, or the duties of parliamentarians as parliamentarians. One of the things you used to be able to do before 1987 was the Senate could have a vote, the House could have a vote to expel a member. In 1987 they got rid of that because it seems to go against the idea that the Constitution and the electorate should be the determinants of who should be members of Parliament and who shouldn't. So we took that out in 1987. It's probably the right decision. I don't know. But it does indicate to you that you can legislate for consequence for breaches of codes of conduct if that is something you want to do. If you want to empower a parliamentary standards commissioner to make findings and to recommend sanctions, including sanctions like being fined, being required to undertake mandatory training on appropriate conduct, being required to do these sorts of things. That's something that's within the power of the Parliament to do. And I would have thought there would be some attraction in the Parliament working really diligently to work out what the standard should be, but the Parliament absenting itself to a large degree from being the judge and jury in cases that come forward. I think that seems to me to be a balance that might be appropriate.
Senator Chandler, I'm going to go to Joanne Ryan, who has some questions because we're going to run out of time, I'm sorry. But I do know the House has a somewhat different approach to the Senate in these matters. So I will, just for the record, we have not ever, you can still punt people out of the House of Representatives. Can I go to Joanne Ryan, please?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the departments that are presenting to us today. I've had a look at the values, the employment principles and the code of conduct, and without putting any judgment on those documents, I do note that you've used the opportunity to reference under Australian law, which of course would include anti-discrimination law, sexual harassment. But I also note that when I go to the Code of Conduct, there's no mention of bullying. It's positively framed, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Having come out of education, I would have always moved that way towards a positive framing to shape people's behaviour rather than negative. But we've found ourselves in this place, and the Code of Conduct doesn't reference bullying specifically. It does talk about being free from harassment, but doesn't mention discrimination. My question, I suppose, goes to, we're going to be developing a code of conduct that, if you like, is more specifically behavioural. The first part of the question is there a timeline at all where this document, this group of documents would be reviewed? And noting the point there about under Australian law and that referencing and being a cover-all for what is covered by the law, but also noting the Jenkins review and our own experience, I suppose, in working in the building in the unique workplace that is the Parliament for parliamentarians and their staffers, and other groups that interact with us, not necessarily parliamentary services, that it is a reluctance to report because of the provision around law that sees us in this situation. So I suppose my question is there an opportunity for that to be, is there a willingness to review to include the more behavioural aspects if the other codes bring them, if we bring them in the parliamentarian code and the staff code?
Ms Ryan, it's Richard Pye speaking again. The Code of Conduct, as you've identified, it does talk about treating people with respect and courtesy and without harassment, and it doesn't specifically mention bullying. The Code of Conduct that's contained in the Parliamentary Service Act was developed to be consistent with the Code of Conduct in the Public Service Act. I don't know what the time frame is for amending that, because obviously it's a legislated code of conduct. Each of the parliamentary departments have adopted what I would suggest is better practice policy documents around the space that specifically talks about bullying as well. And I think that there are other workplace laws connected with bullying, harassment and sexual harassment, so that reference to Australian law would bring them in. But I do think there's a good case for listing in the legislated code of conduct the main elements of Australian law that are intended to be brought in by that reference. I think that really would provide a much better guide to people as to what's involved there. And certainly, again, in our workplace bullying, harassment, sexual harassment policy for the Senate Department, I'm sure it's the same for the other departments as well, we do go into more detail about what elements of the law we take to be particularly brought into our sphere by that reference.
Thank you.
Thank you. Was that the only question, Ms Ryan?
Yes, thank
okay.
you, Chair.
Great, thank you. I might just follow up on some of the discussion. I'm interested in your consultations with staff in your respective departments, how you do that. That's the first question. The second then is, given the kind of robust policies and processes in place, are the issues that remain very live to your staff as a result of the lack of code of conduct or standards clearly articulated for parliamentarians, our staff, and other users of the building? And if I'll have a question about PWS. Let's start with those two first.
Well, I'm happy to start in response to the first part of the question there. There's quite a deal of consultation that goes on in the Department of the House of Representatives between the executive and staff and just the department. We have a consultative committee which is in place to consult with staff in relation to their employment situation. Staff also have representation through health and safety representatives. They have workplace equity and harassment contact officers. There's a health and safety committee. There are staff representatives, there are union representatives, and there are a lot of discussions that take place in the department. The consultation process in the department and the communication process in the department is a cascading one, whereby the executive will have discussions with the executive level staff, EB2s, who are the director level, committee secretary level staff, and they represent the information that's provided to them by the program managers to their teams, because work in the department's very much a teams approach. And conversely, the feedback from the teams is provided to the directors, who make that available to the program managers. So that's just an overview, because I'm aware that other people will have things to add to that, but that's the sort of consultation process that takes place in the department.
Thank you for that, and I'm sure Senate will want to add, or perhaps the department, but I'm also, if you could give some thought to the second part of that question as well, which is really of matters that you are currently dealing with, because presumably there are complaints, without breaching any confidences, I am trying to get to the nub of you are one of the few that actually have a code of conduct in place, functioning, and we're interested to know how it's kind of working.
Sure.
So, and your submission certainly does flag that there is a problem about a lack of code of conduct for a significant proportion of people who are in this building working as well. So, you know, I'm trying to understand both your experience of having a code of conduct in place for non-MOPS employees and where the issues remain.
Sure. Richard Pye, Clerks of the Senate. I endorse what Clarissa said about consultation structures. Ours are very similar. In relation to the experience of our staff with parliamentarians and their staff, when our staff consider that inappropriate conduct has occurred, can I firstly say that it doesn't happen that often, which is good, which is a blessing. People don't necessarily bring their complaints forward though, and this is something that through some staff consultation that we did in the lead up to the Jenkins review, we took a bit of a temperature test in relation to that. A thing that people very often like to do when they have been in circumstances where they've been on the receiving end of inappropriate conduct is to tell us about it and ask us not to do anything, to put a pin in it in case it happens again. This is probably the most common way in which things come to my attention as the leader of the department. Staff will say to us, I was on a trip that wasn't the chair of the committee obviously, but a member of the committee yelled at me, it was inappropriate, took out their frustrations about something on me. I don't want to bring it forward as a formal complaint for many of the same reasons, the power imbalance reasons that the Jenkins review pins down very well, but I want it noted in case something happens again. We always say to our staff that up to a point, we won't take any action without their say-so. But we've also always said, if we consider that the complaint that you're making is something that we need to take action in relation to, then we will take action. And the actions that we take, very often the sorts of things that Clarissa was speaking about earlier on, going directly to the senator, the senator or member who employs the person who might be the subject of the complaint, going to the leaders of parties, to the president and deputy president. These are all things that we have done, and just giving assurance to our staff that if a second thing does happen, if a second occurrence of the same sorts of behaviour from the same member occurs, then we will do something about it. Something our staff are very keen for us to do is to know this in case the same member or the same staff member of the member, their name comes up in another complaint from someone else. They want us to be aware of something, not because they're particularly concerned for themselves, but they're concerned that something might happen again in the future. We very often try to use the kind of the soft skills of other members of parliamentary committees, for instance. We've heard that a senator treated one of our staff badly. Is there something going on? You know, what more is there to it? And you know, we use you to course correct your colleagues at times. I have occasionally had to say to senators, I've been told this, it's not on. I don't want to hear it again. And I've later heard that senators have apologised to the staff members involved. But it is a big deal for staff, particularly junior staff, to come forward with complaints about conduct, about feeling uncomfortable in different situations. And we are an organisation, all three departments are organisations where staff at quite junior levels work directly to senators, members and their staff, and it is something that we, in that induction talk that I mentioned earlier that the Deputy Clerk and I have with new staff, we're always at pains to say, it's not as if there's a list of people in the parliamentary environment who are allowed to treat you badly. It's not as if because they're senators, because they're parliamentary staff, because they're members, they get a free pass here. And people should always feel safe and willing to come forward and bring to our attention formal complaints or less formal complaints and ask us to manage them.
No, I've already hit time, but I do want to give you an opportunity, and I have one super quick clarification that I am seeking from you, Mr. Stefanik.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll be brief. Rob Stefanik, Department of Parliamentary Services. The question you ask directly leverages off the earlier point I made about, firstly, about clarity and coherence, and the other is about having mechanisms in place for our staff to be able to access if they encounter an undesirable behaviour. They need to be able to, as Richard pointed out, these instances are infrequent, and I think when they occur, because there's not a need for awareness on a regular basis, people need to easily know how they can open that door. So I think there definitely need to be some clear mechanisms that lead off from the Code of Conduct that allow staff to raise their concerns. The other thing that I'll just quickly mention, I think that has been valuable, we're managing these scenarios informally, and I know from my own experience, presiding officers in the past have been very supportive and responsive if I have raised issues on behalf of our staff. That's been really valuable for our staff to know that they've been supported and that there will be someone who will be an advocate on their behalf. But obviously not everything needs to be escalated to a presiding officer to deal with. It's a sledgehammer cracking a walnut type analogy, so we don't want to be bothering presiding officers in every instance. The other thing that I have found valuable, which is an observation I've made since the establishment of the PWSS, is I will raise issues with the head of the PWSS for her information and awareness, and if necessary, any further action. So there kind of is an informal door there already. It may be valuable to formalise that in some way, again, for that clarity and coherence.
Thank you. And I do, at the risk of running over time, just want to come back to this question around the PWSS, so the Parliamentary Workplace Support Services. It has recently had an expansion of its services. Is it still the case that that is not an avenue open to non-MOPS employees?
That's
Can
right.
your staff use the PWSS?
That's right, Chair. Our staff can contact the PWSS and will get immediate telephone support, the trauma-informed support. That is their I guess, entree to the PWSS services. But our staff, the PWSS then take the role of assisting our staff to find local resolution through our departments, through our HR mechanisms, rather than staging an investigation into conduct themselves. So there is a cut-off point halfway through, I guess, the PWSS services.
Can I just interrupt there? I've no doubt that PWSS is directing as best it can, but your submission identifies a particular frustration amongst staff who've expressed, as I have read your submission, a very strong interest in having an independent kind of player and to be an arbitrator of those complaints, and frustrated that the PWSS service is not available to them. to the same degree, perhaps, that it is for MAPS staff. And so I am interested in your view. You flagged the issue. I mean, is there a recommendation that you would be putting to this committee around access to PWSS services, for example?
I think, Chair, that we probably haven't all landed in the same place on this, and our staff haven't necessarily landed in the same place. I think it's more keenly been expressed as a frustration from staff in the House Department than staff in the Senate Department. One of the ways in which we have discussed with the PWSS of getting around this is by, even though we don't necessarily have automatic access to the PWSS for investigative purposes under the current determination, we understand that if they have staff who are available, we might be able to contract them essentially to do the same work. We've certainly committed in the Senate Department since the Foster report was tabled last year. We've committed to putting in place the equivalent independent investigative function as MOP staff would have available to them automatically through the PWSS. So I think there is some interest among staff in having exactly the same function, and certainly if the PWSS is legislated into the IPSC down the track, I think that is a question that should be considered. I certainly wouldn't have a difficulty with my staff having access to that.
But you've established a similar service now in the Senate side.
Well, we've said that if we require investigation of a formal complaint of the nature that would go to PWSS, we will adopt the same mechanism, but we haven't had cause to have to do that, Chair.
Yep. Thank you. Is there anything you wish to add there, Mr. Stephanie?
Thank you, Chair. Rob Stephanie. From a DPS perspective, I certainly wouldn't have any issues with the PWSS taking a role instead of our own human resources area. I think the only thing I would be cautious about is duplication, that staff don't enter two doors rather than one. So there'd need to be some formality around the communication between our departmental human resource function and the PWSS, so that only one body, I guess, at a time is dealing with the matter. The other thing which I haven't resolved in my own head, I guess, is the department would have some sort of role in any case from an investigative point of view to provide evidence or assist with that investigation. So what I'm flagging is there's some detail that would need to be worked out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Yes, there's an issue of duplication, but also an issue of everybody working in one building having access to quite different support services. So worth thinking about. Thanks very much for your time today. I really do appreciate it, as I know all committee members do. So thank you for your evidence. And if you have taken some questions on notice, and I know I didn't get time to get back to Senator Faruqi with a follow-up questions, so she may well wish to submit some questions on notice, as she indicated. If you were able to provide responses to those questions to the Secretariat by the 28th of September, we would be greatly appreciative of that. So thanks again for your evidence today. And I'm just asking, the committee will now break for lunch and return at 3 p.m. And that will close our open proceedings. Able to see and hear me, okay. I wanted to now welcome Professor Rosalind Dixon and Dr. Lindsay Bladen. I understand that the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you both. Just looking for a bit of a nod there. Yes, excellent. And so for the Hansard record, you will please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today, and then I'll come back asking you for a short opening statement. But if we could deal with the introductions first, that would be terrific. I go to you first, Professor Dixon.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. My name is Rosalind Dixon. I'm a Professor of Law at UNSW Sydney and Director of the New South Wales Pathways to Politics for Women program. I'm appearing in my personal capacity. Over to Dr. Bladen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So my name is Lindsay Bladen and I'm a co-director of the Pathways to Politics program with Rosalind Dixon, also appearing in personal capacity. Thank you.
Terrific. I will now invite you, perhaps one or both of you, I'm not sure how you want to organise this, but to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee then to ask questions of you. So perhaps we could start with your statement first, Professor Dixon, and then go to you, Dr. Bladen, if that's okay with you both.
Dr. Bladen's just going to answer questions with me, but I'll be making a statement to open our appearance. Terrific. I want to acknowledge that in making my appearance, I am drawing on a report which I will make sure the committee has available to it, which is co-authored with two former brilliant graduates of UNSW, Matt McLeod and Kate Jackson, and is a joint production of the Trawalla Foundation in Melbourne that sponsors Pathways to Politics as well as UNSW. So I want to start by suggesting that I think it is very important to situate the work you're doing in a broader context of the relationship between an inclusive parliament and a safe parliament. And I think the role of this committee is to promote both goals. I think there is a virtuous circle of promoting a safer parliament as one that will draw in more diverse representation from our community, including and especially representation of women. I also think that the more the parliament brings in diverse women, the more likely we are to see multi-partisan support for the implementation in full of the recommendations of the Jenkins inquiry and further reforms of the kind we are going to outline and urge you to consider today. So I think there is a really positive opportunity in the work you are doing to both work across party lines, but to make the parliament safer in ways that encourage greater inclusion, and that inclusion itself will then beget further reform. So I want to commend you for the work you're doing and suggest that I think it should be framed in the context not just of implementing a deeply important set of recommendations, but contributing to a positive reinforcing cycle between inclusive and safe parliaments. The work that we do at the Pathways to Politics for program for women is very much aimed at encouraging women to run for office from all parties and backgrounds. And as part of that, we encourage them to think about the role they can play, if elected, in contributing to a safe and inclusive parliament. I want to talk today specifically about the report around representing care and building an inclusive parliament, and talk about two recommendations we make in that report that substantially overlap with the recommendations of the Jenkins report and similar reports that have been handed down recently in New South Wales, as well as...
Sorry, we're getting a bit of background noise.
Music, not from my end.
No, I'll just, sorry, just to interrupt you, Professor Dixon, I just will make sure that everybody else online is on, if you're not speaking, obviously be on mute, and we'll check in with broadcasting. But apologies for that interruption.
Not at all. I thought it was just emphasising my point with a musical background. So I want to suggest that there are 2 points that overlap substantially with the Jenkins and Broderick recommendations, and 6 additional modest recommendations that we make that are worthy of this committee's consideration. All of them, however, could be understood as effectively codifying a range of existing good practices or modestly extending them in the direction of a safer and more inclusive parliament. So the two that I want to highlight as what I regard as substantially overlapping are in relation to working hours and alcohol. It is absolutely critical to stress that no one is suggesting, nor should they suggest, that alcohol is the prime contributor or that working hours are the prime contributor to gender violence. Gender violence is systemic and has to be addressed as an issue of criminal conduct, culture, and of wrongdoing that requires a systemic response. But the risks of that behaviour clearly increase in isolated work environments where people are alone working without others around and where there is a culture of tolerating excessive consumption of alcohol. And one of the things that I think is important is that to stress a holistic response that includes encouraging people to work business hours rather than extremely late hours, and to reduce the consumption of alcohol associated with work. In our report, we call for Parliament to consider moving all of its sittings to business hours. Now, long business hours for sure, but business hours. And to stop sitting past a certain time. I think that the decision of the Albanese government to make changes in that direction already should be welcomed and praised, but that should be seen as an across-the-board decision of both the Senate and the House of Representatives in a range of settings to stop sitting by 6 or 6:30 p.m. Obviously, in order to accommodate caucus, cabinet, ministerial responsibilities, the actual sitting hours would need to be compressed accordingly. And we suggest that alcohol should either be banned from Parliament House or restricted to areas where the responsible service of alcohol norms apply, that is public dining and bar areas, and that there should be no consumption of alcohol in ministerial or parliamentary offices where those norms do not apply and where the risks around consumption are much greater. The appetite for that will obviously vary based on people's experience of this area, but we suggest that a hard look at hours and alcohol should be seen as a key part of the recommendations coming out of the Jenkins report. We also think that they build a more family-friendly culture for those able to have a family with them in Canberra. To build norms suggests that business hours are the core business of parliamentarians and staff, and that it is possible to go home and see family or discharge caring responsibilities after the parliamentary day is finished. And there is again a chicken and egg problem, which is when we have a parliament where people sit into all hours of the night or are expected to be socialising and drinking in parliament rather than going home, it makes it less likely that people will bring their families to Canberra if they're able to. It makes it an environment where there are less strict norms of separation between socialising and work in ways that increase the risk of harassment and other undesirable and illegal conduct. But I want to highlight 6 other recommendations that we make that go beyond what the Jenkins report calls for and that pertain specifically to making Parliament inclusive beyond simply the recommendations around safety. One set of changes I would group 3 together are largely a codification of existing practice, but they extend it particularly to independents and minor parties. The first is around a pair arrangement for parental leave. I believe that this committee should consider recommending to the Speaker and the relevant rules committees that a pair for parental or carers leave should be an entitlement rather than something that has to be bargained for on a case-by-case basis, and that it should be extended to minor parties and independents, even though that does impose additional burdens around arranging a pair on a bill-by-bill basis rather than on a period of time basis. That the strangers policy, which was amended very welcomely to allow women to breastfeed in Parliament House should it be appropriate and necessary, should be further amended to allow younger children to accompany a parent onto the floor of Parliament should it be necessary in an emergency situation. It could be the case that that was something that the Speaker had to grant permission for or not, as the case may be. We all know that it's extremely undesirable to take kids to work if you have another option. But in the emergency where that's not possible, people should be allowed to take children onto the floor of Parliament to vote or to conduct essential parliamentary business. They do already? You're checking?
I'll come back to you. No. I have notes. I mean, that absolutely happens in the House of Representatives, and I'm just checking if it happens in the Senate already.
And I'm not sure at what age it's a matter of entitlement rather than discretion. And I think in general that it's exercised as a matter of discretion, but it's only up to a certain age that it's allowed.
Ms Clayton, if I could be of some assistance, having been on procedures when this Procedures Committee, when this was altered, there is no age. It's deliberately, the word infant is deliberately used with no parameters in terms of age and no parameters in terms of gender, and the notion of breastfeeding in Parliament is not mentioned. It is around the notion is around a proxy being given to anyone who has a child an infant that needs to be cared for, or for the stranger in the house rules not to apply to an infant in the care of a member of Parliament. No gender is mentioned. So it was very carefully worded around parents. In fact, it was noted during the discussions and the changes to procedure that would allow for grandparents to bring a grandchild, if they were caring for said grandchild, into the house for a vote or at any other point in the day, or for a grandparent to be proxied because they had care of an infant. So it's fairly broad, and that change has been in for over 3 years, I think. Actually, it has over 3 years. It was in the 45th Parliament that we made that change in the House of Reps. I believe the Senate have a different set of words, and I think they may have changed theirs before the House changed ours.
That's very helpful, Jo, and thank you for clarifying that. I suppose the only question for the committee is whether the word infant is too restrictive. The general language that you've adopted is extremely welcome and positive. It just may be that even on a generous interpretation, a 7-year-old is not an infant.
The committee discussed that when we changed the standing order, and it is the wording deliberately does not define it, and therefore a child of 7 could come in if they were being cared for and have been in.
Well, I think that then the most appropriate course may simply be for the committee to clarify that it understands the word infant in that capacious way, and to reaffirm the important work you and your colleagues did on procedures.
Anyway, we'll move along because I'll get some advice on what's happening on the Senate side, which of course is an entirely different world. So let's move along. Sorry, Professor Dixon.
And school holidays would be the third form of codification. So a pair for parental leave, strangers policy, or a proxy on a vote, and then school holidays. It is difficult to coordinate across the country given our different school holidays, but the general norm is that Parliament has not tended to sit in school holidays. But one of the things we hear from women considering running for politics over and over is that they want a guarantee that they can sit their family down and say, this is how it's going to work. Mum or dad is going to be away quite a bit, but I'll be back for weekends and school holidays. And as you would be aware, even this week, because of the change in arrangements for the public holiday to mark the Queen's passing, the Parliament's schedule has now changed, and it's changed in a way that is adverse on that issue for very understandable and commendable reasons, but in ways that highlight the fragility of a convention or norm that's not a constitutional convention, but just a practice of not sitting in holidays, and that would be beneficial for women to see, when they're trying to persuade their family that it can work, that it is a guaranteed norm, that the Parliament, absent an emergency, will not sit in school holidays of any state or territory.
So then that change was made. Well, sorry. There's certainly the sitting calendar was designed not to conflict with school holidays. There is the highly unusual circumstance where we will come back next week because we've lost a week of Parliament due to the head of state passing. So is there something else? I mean, is that...
that's practice. It's not stated. It's not, if I was someone who didn't understand parliamentary practice and procedure very well, I wouldn't understand that simply by looking at the calendar that was a strong norm that was worked very hard to achieve.
Except the Prime Minister and many people stated it several times during the debate. But maybe it's not clear enough. that what you're saying?
All I'm suggesting is putting it in terms that make it understandable as a strong policy default. I understand that most of this has been achieved in practice. It's about codifying people's ability to understand and rely on it.
Okay.
And I'm not suggesting that there's much difference between our current arrangements and this, but rather that people can quickly and readily understand that this is a strong norm for reasons that are obvious, and that the government has made important changes and will continue to enshrine those as legitimate expectations that people can rely on.
Yep. Thank you. Thanks.
If I could go back, Sharon, it's Jo again. If I could go back one to the pairing arrangements for parental leave. In the House, if that parental leave is approved by the House and tabled in the House, the pair is automatic.
Is that right for minor parties, Joanne?
I haven't dealt as a whip, as the chief whip for minor parties, but I believe that the word, it's in practice, that that's an automatic pair if it has been through the House. So at the moment we have a member of Parliament currently on parental leave, that's an automatic pair.
Senator Faruqi might clarify whether there's any issue. I know from the Greens at the state level it has been an issue, and I'm not sure whether that's the case.
I think the Senate and the House practice might be different in this space, but it's certainly the space in the House that a pair is provided if someone is on parental leave, not because they've said they're on parental leave, but that it's been tabled in the House. So therefore, the House has supported that parental leave. Tony Burke is your expert on these matters, but that's definitely what's occurring at the moment. And it's built into practice rather than standing order.
I might get back to the parental leave one, but I think it's very hard for minor parties to get pairs in other situations, which might also be related to care and bereavement. And I've experienced that personally.
Okay.
And I think
I'll try and let you complete your statement. Sorry, Professor Dixon. I know we've all been having a very interactive discussion, which is really useful and clarifying matters. But I didn't mean for you not to be having an opportunity to end your statement.
Not at all. It's very useful. All I would say, Joanne, is that when you say practice, not standing orders, it's again about making it clear to people who are not already in Parliament and who may be thinking about running what the norms are. And I understand that great reform and progress has been made in this regard. But as Senator Faruqi says, there could be caring for a sick child or relative or other arrangements where, as a matter of practice, it is handled very sensibly and generously, but where it's not always the case for independents or minor party members. And secondly, where advertising to people that this will be the case has an important benefit in signalling to less informed members of the community that the Parliament is a place that can be combined with care responsibilities.
Yeah, I'd just add, for clarification there too, that it's the parental leave. So pairs are not part of the Parliament. They are arrangements that are made outside of the Parliament. They're not part of parliamentary business. They're not reported to the Parliament in any way. So they're things that happen outside. But it is in the arrangements of those pairs where that has become the practice. So it has become the practice that where someone's parental leave is tabled in the Parliament, then that will be an automatic that occurs. So if you like, you're not going to find pairs mentioned in practice or the standing orders because they don't report to the Parliament. So it's a convention rather than a standing order. The pairing arrangements are done that way. And I know they're done differently in the Senate because in the Senate they do pairing arrangements in terms of crossbench and independence, whereas in the House that's not the practice at the moment other than for parental leave.
And all I guess I'm raising is whether there might be a way of putting it into standing orders that would codify that convention in ways that make it the business of Parliament. I understand that's a deviation from the current practice, and the current practices work well in most instances, but that I do think it's worth considering whether making it more central to standing orders and Parliament's practice, not just party to party pairs, might be something that would enhance care responsibilities.
Thanks.
So I'm not the expert though, so I leave it to you to figure out the extent to which this is already something that has been achieved, but I do just raise it as worthy of discussion. The other thing, which again is very much in the category of a codification, is that we are all appearing today in various hybrid ways. That obviously has great advantages for regional and remote representatives, as well as for those with care responsibilities, those who have health conditions. Obviously, during COVID, great adaptation was made. I'm not aware whether it varies by committee or whether that's now standard. But again, one of the things we've noted is that there is variation across various committees in various jurisdictions as to whether that has been preserved as a matter of right. And we suggest that a matter of right should be implemented via appropriate rules and procedures, including possibly standing orders, to say that people can appear at committee hearings remotely as a matter of right, not just the discretion of the chair. Finally, the more ambitious set of suggestions are around childcare and education. Obviously, the Parliament has made a great deal of progress in providing on-site childcare to members and to staff. That's to be commended. I think it is important to underscore the viability of that centre, even though at times questions about its economic viability have been raised, and to say that it's a guaranteed part of the parliamentary workplace regardless of its economic viability, and to ensure that its hours align with the hours of Parliament. And that goes back to the issue around sitting hours. It would be an unusual childcare centre in Australia if it was open until 10 p.m. But if that's when Parliament is sitting until, then kids need to be provided with dinner. There needs to be a second shift of workers, and it needs to be open in ways that align with parliamentary sitting hours. And the more ambitious change that I want to note is the suggestion that Parliament should consider introducing primary and high school remote education possibilities. Let me explain what I mean by that. The idea that if a Member of Parliament wanted or needed to bring their school-aged children with them for sitting periods, there would be 2 education officers in a dedicated remote learning facility within the Parliament who could work with those children on their curriculum and learning from their home school and home state. Obviously, COVID has transformed teachers' capacity to support that part of learning, both at the homeschool basis, within their ordinary school and externally. Most members of Parliament would not want to avail themselves of that opportunity, but for those who need, because their children have complex health needs or because they are sole parents or for other reasons, I think it would be a really valuable addition to the suite of support that the Parliament offers. And I'm sure members of this committee would be very aware that 2 very talented members of Parliament and ministers, or shadow ministers, Kate Ellis and Kelly O'Dwyer, resigned from Parliament when their children reach school age, and that the childcare challenge is not one that ends when our children go to primary school. Indeed, for many members of Parliament, the challenge increases, not decreases. And so that's the most radical, if you like, but I regard it as an extension and codification of some of the challenges, but also benefits of home learning during COVID, and also of the significant progress the Parliament has made in relation to childcare of preschool-aged children. So I'll stop there, and I look forward to learning about all of the changes you've already implemented, as well as any questions the committee might have in regards to those ideas.
Yeah, can I just...
Thanks. I just want to, hang on just a second. I just want to thank Professor Dixon, because we have interrupted her on many occasions now, just to thank you for your evidence there. I will give you the call in a minute, Joe Ryan, but I just want to check in with Ms Bladen if you wanted to add anything further at this stage. No? Okay,
no,
terrific. All right. I will go to you first, Ms Ryan, then I'm going to go across to Senator Payne. Senator Faruqi, you'll have questions? Yes, and I'll go to you next, and away we go. So, Ms Ryan.
Thanks. Mine's just a simple comment on the education aspect that was just discussed then by Ms Dixon. My experience in education in Victoria, I've worked in schools where exactly what you're talking about has been established, particularly for children who may have had long periods of care at the Royal Children's Hospital. So I would find that suggestion absolutely doable. I believe that schools are equipped even prior to COVID, schools are equipped to work with what we call an on-site teacher. We've used that system in Victoria for a long time with Children's Hospital, and that would be easily doable, I would think, and something that should be considered for those times where children may need to be in attendance in Canberra for a variety of reasons. But I can see a situation where that could be very useful in some family circumstances. So when I read your report, it was something I remarked on to Andrew Lee, that I thought that was a really important contribution to make, that notion that primary and high school age children could be better supported by the Parliament.
Thank you very much, Ms Ryan, that's generous. And obviously your experience as a teacher helps in affirming that, and I have discussed it with a number of the primary school teachers who I know well, and they have said, look, it wouldn't be easy, but they think likewise it's doable, and that kids with complex health needs often have something that approximates this.
Thank you. I'll go to Senator Payne next.
Thanks, Chair. I have some concerns about some of the issues that have been raised in the discussion so far, and in fact, to a degree, they don't really reflect my experience in Parliament House. I think that the overwhelming majority of members of the Parliament, both the House of Representatives and the Senate, are very focused on their jobs, on the task at hand. And whilst there is a great delight amongst some sections of the media and elsewhere at casting aspersions on the Parliament and its residents as such, I think the Clerk of the Senate or the Clerk of the House of Representatives would say that they have a different perspective to some of the statements that have been made in the presentation thus far. And I do think, Chair, we might invite them to make any responses that they may think are appropriate.
Sorry, can I just understand, Senator Payne, is this about distracting from the core business of doing the work of governing?
Well, I think, Ms Dixon, respectfully, if I may say that I thought quite a bit of your early statements were a significant reflection on the operation of Parliament and parliamentarians and the way we go about our work. And I do think that there may be some areas in which the most senior officers of the Parliament may have a view on that. But I do want to say in a very practical sense, having been a member of the Parliament for more years than I care to count most days, and as a result of my most recent roles, engaged extensively with other parliamentarians around the world on a regular basis, in fact, a daily basis. I think the nature of the Australian Parliament, in terms of the distance that we move to engage, obviously the case in other areas as well, but for our own specifics, is that even if you shut the Parliament at 5 o'clock, that's what you call regular working hours, and I have very few friends my age who are engaged in corporate life who are able to finish work at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock. With responsibility comes often much more onerous demands on individuals and their contribution to the workplace. But even if you did that, the rose-coloured view that says, I think I interpret from what you said, that says people will leave the Parliament and go back to their place of abode, whether that is a lonely single hotel room, a shared household environment, or a household that they run of their own, and that's it. That's the end of their interaction. I'm just not sure that's a practical appreciation of what happens and would happen. But I think a number of the other things that you've said, particularly, and I think Ms Ryan's observations around education are important. This is an enormous challenge, not just for women, but for men in the Parliament as well. I think those observations are ones that are useful for us in broad terms, but I'm not sure that they particularly add to a discussion around a code of conduct per se. Thanks, Chair. I don't have any questions.
Thanks, Senator
Can I
Payne.
just respond briefly to Senator Payne, may I?
Yes, of course. Yes, please.
Senator, I think it is important to note that the demands, certainly the sorts of roles that you've fulfilled and many of the roles of people in the ministry are extremely demanding jobs, which are 7-day-a-week jobs that, are 16, 18-hour jobs, and no one wishes to denigrate the hard work and contribution that you and others have made in those roles. I guess I'm really quite influenced by the model of courts, which sit, as you would be aware, from 10 until 4. If one is senior counsel appearing in front of the High Court or one's a judge of the High Court, no one thinks that outside of those hours one is not working, but one has control over the schedule of that work. I routinely work late into the evening on meetings that go all around the world, but I have the luxury of sitting down to dinner with my children most nights, and that's something that's very important to my capacity to combine professional work with parenting. And all I was alluding to was that if certain members, very junior members of staff, are entitled to leave the building, they are less likely to be vulnerable to the kind of misconduct that has arisen in recent years. And it would give people with significant family responsibilities an opportunity to go home, eat dinner, and then go back to work. And if they choose to do that in the building because they feel safe in the building, that's absolutely fine. The kind of work you did, I understand you could never do outside the building because of classified information and secure lines that would prevent you doing it elsewhere. I totally respect and understand that. But I think there's a big difference between requiring very junior members of staff to stay well early into the hours of the morning and having ministers do so. And I secondly think that a break for dinner that isn't a break simply about having a bite with colleagues that allows people to spend time with family if that's their desire is very important to inclusion. But I in no way seek to diminish from the enormously demanding schedules that members of Parliament and particularly members of the government maintain. And I am not taking a Pollyanna-ish view about it being a civil service 9-to-5 job. I'm suggesting that the core hours of sitting should accommodate people and that how they structure their time outside of those hours, working with staff, accommodating other responsibilities should be a matter for negotiation and discussion with their team and if they're in the ministry with their colleagues. But I appreciate that the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister will be in the building until very late, no matter what. And it's not a job that many people will step up for those reasons, but those that do make a huge contribution. But I don't think it's quite fair to characterise my position as naive as it is, although I fully understand that the demands are such that many people will be returning to the building and or never leaving it.
Can I just go to Senator Faruqi?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Professor Dixon and Dr. Bladen, for coming in to provide us evidence today. And if I could quickly make a few comments on the discussion that has been happening up to now, is that in my experience, being a migrant who had no family here, and I know that many of my colleagues rely heavily on family to look after their children, that I could never even have, in my wildest dreams, kind of thought of joining Parliament when my children were young. So it does place a lot of people, with never considering joining this democratic institution. So given all the hard work that we have to do, and we all do it willingly and with passion, I think there are things that you have suggested that can be done to make it easier and make it more friendlier for others. I mean, there is a reason there is a lack of diversity in parliaments. And so just coming to that, your report representing care towards a family-friendly parliament, and you've already highlighted the amendments that it has proposed in terms of changing parliamentary practices. I'm just wondering if in developing those recommendations, you took an intersectional approach and talked to people from, the Jenkins report has identified as marginalized groups or underrepresented groups, such as people of color, multicultural background, or just people with disability, and LGBTQIA plus people? Or if you haven't, then do you have a view on how that could be addressed through the code of conducts that we are developing?
Well, thank you very much for the comment and the question, Senator Faruqi. Obviously, I think Senator Payne is correct that some aspects of this report are orthogonal to codes of conduct. They are about complementary reforms and a holistic approach. And the invitation to appear today is very welcome and much appreciated. But I fully acknowledge that some of the report goes beyond the narrow terms of reference, which is why I started with the very clear statement that I think building a safe parliament requires trying to encourage an inclusive parliament, and that an inclusive parliament is one that is more likely to be safe. And that goes not just to gender, but to broader backgrounds. One of the very disturbing findings of the Broderick Review in New South Wales this past month was that for male identifying members of the staff in the Parliament being from a diverse sexual orientation, so an LGBTQI plus member of the Parliament or the staff made you much more vulnerable to this kind of misconduct. And so taking this view, about intersectionally membership seriously, I think is very important. Our report is not really based on very heavy lived experience or engagement of the kind that either the Broderick or the Jenkins Commission was able to engage in, for one reason that you'll be very familiar with, Senator Faruqi, which is it's very hard as a university researcher to get permission to have those sorts of conversations that are so delicate and difficult. But it is based on trying to understand a range of best practices and challenges. Let me just talk about why I think some of these are important recommendations from an intersectional perspective. Firstly, many of the members of Parliament who I've spoken to in relation to some of the care responsibility issues have highlighted that they have arrangements in place that make this unnecessary. But that is actually a great position of privilege that allows people to make that comment. People who have significant health issues or issues of disability vis-a-vis themselves or their children, and people who come from marginalised backgrounds, particularly sole parents, are underrepresented in our Parliament. Senator Lambie's obviously talked powerfully about some of those issues, but we don't have as many people in the Parliament as in the community who are sole parents. And I think the issue of intersecting spatial or geographic discrimination, so the experience of people in the regions and how much harder it is to represent the community and one's, caring responsibilities is very real. I was talking to Helen Dalton, who some of you may know as a former member of the Shootin' Fishers Party in New South Wales, who's now an independent in New South Wales, who stressed the challenges of just sheerly, covering her electorate, given its sheer geographic size, and how online hearings, online meetings, all of that kind of technology would make a big difference to her. So I do think if one takes spatial inequality and discrimination, sole parent status, and health discrimination as an intersectional focus, these are very important recommendations. And as I said, LGBTQI plus staff and members of the New South Wales Parliament certainly reported greater vulnerability. And I think that intersects with some of the issues around harassment, bullying, and cultures of drinking, and a lack of clear norms around the boundaries between work and socialising, which go to some of the importance of making clear that there are norms, including norms about where and when it's appropriate for there to be socialising as compared to work.
And I think both the Broderick report as well as the Jenkins reports noted that there were so few people as members or working in parliamentary workspaces who were from a culturally, ethnically diverse background, that it was even hard for them to make it in those statistics.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And one of the things I want to stress, and this might go to Ms. Ryan's point, is in the Pathways to Politics for Women program, we have a very strong commitment to cultural diversity, as you would know, Senator Faruqi, and we have some reserved places for First Nation women as well as a general commitment to cultural diversity. And I'm reminded in talking to those women about the gap in what I would call assumed knowledge. which is the more one is an outsider to the system because of migrant background or cultural, linguistic, disadvantage, the less legible and understandable a sort of informal or assumed set of practices and norms are. I don't, for a moment suggest that people don't have to do their homework and get to understand how Parliament works, but the more we can make it absolutely clear to people what they should expect going in, even if it's simply by way of a policy document that isn't a standing order, but a kind of explanation of policy that is agreed, I think that does a lot to encourage people from economically and culturally marginalised backgrounds to feel empowered to run in the first place.
Just one more question from me, and given both your experience in the Pathways to Politics program, what do you think Parliament as a workplace can do, and also political parties can do, to become more representative of the communities, that live on our streets and suburbs? And, we could do things through the code of conduct, but generally as a workplace, what could we do better?
Lindsay, did you want to take that or you want me to have a go? No. I mean, I think every party is going to take a different approach to how they achieve this, and I think that's fully appropriate. Clearly, the Greens and the ALP have had some success in relation to using targets and quotas as a means of driving cultural change within their own parties, but I know the Liberal Party is committed to it in other ways. I think the biggest importance of the Code of Conduct is the work it does in relation to existing staff and members of Parliament, but it does have a really powerful expressive value to potential members of Parliament. So I think the work you're doing is very important. I mean, what can one do beyond that? I believe that we could do more to promote understanding of our democracy and civics education. I understand that the Speaker has announced a willingness to go around the country and take Parliament to the children, if you like, but I think we should do more to engage young people in the Parliament and the system, to make sure that there are youth movements for all parties who are welcomed into the party, but also to have time in Parliament, and that there should be formal opportunities, structured opportunities where safety is taken into account for people to do internships, work experience. The US has a long tradition of having young students spending a lot of time. There are a lot of young staffers in the Parliament, but more could be done to open the Parliament up. But I don't think one could safely and appropriately do that until the work of this committee has been adopted and implemented, because one doesn't want to put people at risk. But I do think that work would be very valuable. And I think the sort of support that a number of people have given us in New South Wales and have given elsewhere in these sort of programs that are culturally diverse and focused on women's participation have been really valuable, and we've got lots more work to do, but it's a long game, and this, is only part of it, but it's a really important part of it.
Thank you, Professor Dixon. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. I don't believe we've got any other questions online today, so it gives me great pleasure to thank you both very much for the body of work that you have done and provided to the Committee on Representing Care, and challenging us to make sure that we've got our comparative tables between what's happening in the Senate and the House sorted out, perhaps, in order to be able to respond to those 5 recommendations that you have really kind of sought to progress with us today. So thank you both. I do formally just sort of want to advise that if you were asked of any questions to come back with additional information, that the Secretariat would really appreciate that by the 28th of September. We have an extremely tight reporting time frame in which to adhere to, but thank you again for your appearance here today. It's very helpful for our committee's deliberations.
Thank you very much, Chair. And if I may make one statement that goes beyond...
Yes, sorry.
Would I have 60 seconds to make a statement, or are we out of time?
No, you can definitely have 60 seconds.
So one of the things I also think is worth considering, and this goes beyond the terms of this report, but it goes to ongoing work I'm doing in New South Wales in light of the Broderick Review, is to consider ways in which the committee could make recommendations about informal support structures for the formal complaints processes that you will put in place. And that one of the things that I think is very valuable to people is having opportunities for advice and informal sounding boards in a political context before making a formal complaint. And that one of the things that I think that the power of this kind of group could carry forward would be an informal, multi-partisan panel of senior members of the Parliament who are willing to be informal advisors and mentors and supporters in relation to issues pertaining to the Code of Conduct, and who meet with junior staff particularly and provide a clear path for informal advice beyond the party or beyond the particular member that they work for. And that is in accordance with best practice. But I think it is important in emphasising the value of formal reporting and formal complaints procedures to this holistic picture, to look for ways of encouraging informal advice giving as a complementary pathway to formal reporting. And I'm happy to provide a further note on that to the Secretary.
Yeah, happy to receive that, because we've certainly had evidence to suggest people want that to be quite independent of politicians. So we will see. There are alternative views, I suspect, on that particular matter.
Yes, and my particular view is that informal advice needs to be non-independent. Formal advice needs to be wholly independent, but that people benefit from having informed, politically sensitive advice within the Parliament about how they may or may not wish to proceed with the fully independent proceedings available to them.
Thank you for that. And on that note, I am going to adjourn the committee. We will reconvene at 4 p.m. Thank you very much. Bye now.
Thanks, Chair.
Hopefully you can both hear and see me, okay? Excellent, that's a great start. You are our last witnesses for today's hearings, and you're representing the Governance Institute, I understand, and I've got with me the Chief Executive Officer, Megan Motto, and General Manager of Policy and Advocacy, Catherine Maxwell. Welcome to you both, and I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence into parliamentary committees has been provided to you both, so I'm just looking for confirmation of that. Excellent, thank you. Affirmative nods for those following on Hansard. Or for the Hansard record, would you please both state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today, and then I'll come back to you for opening remarks or comments. So who would like to go first?
I'll go first. So my name is Megan Motto, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Governance Institute of Australia.
Thank you.
My name is Catherine Maxwell, and I'm the General Manager of Policy and Advocacy of Governance Institute of Australia.
Thank you both very much. I'd now like to invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of this committee then to pose questions to you, to either of you. Are you both happy to take questions? Excellent. And so I'll invite you to please make any opening statements that you wish to today.
Wonderful. Well, I'll kick off. Thank you very much for having us here today, and I'd start by acknowledging that I'm in Sydney on the land of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. Catherine also is on the same land in Sydney, but I recognise that all of you are in different places all around the country, most likely, so I pay my respects to our elders, past, present and emerging, wherever you are. I'd like to start off by talking about the network of 43,000 governance and risk management professionals that we represent come from all sectors of the Australian economy. So that's the listed, the non-listed sector, the public sector and the not-for-profit sectors as well. And we as an organisation, we're the only provider of chartered governance accreditation. And our members, of course, are those in organisations that are responsible for implementing, developing and implementing governance frameworks in those organisations. And rather than go through all of the key activities that we conduct in the area and going through our submission blow by blow, I thought I'd start off today by talking about the intersection of governance, trust and culture, because that's really what this all comes down to. And to establish the why, if you're going to shift the dial on any of those things, the sad news is there's no silver bullets, and we all know that. It takes time to shift the dial, and it takes a lot of energy to shift the dial, because what we know now, particularly with the work that we've done in the private sector on diversity and inclusion and on cultural change, is it's not going to happen by accident, and some miraculous pipeline of more women in the workforce isn't going to fix it. It's stubbornly inactive in terms of the pace of change in many of these areas. And to establish the why, I think increasingly over the last decades, we've seen study after study that demonstrates that trust in public institutions is low. And in particular, our own ethics index has shown that federal politicians, in fact, the politicians of the three layers of government, appear in the bottom three of the bottom five of the least ethically perceived professions in Australia. And that's been the case in almost the 7 years since we've started the ethics index, particularly evident in last year's ethics index, which is our most recent. And we know that trust is important because trust is the glue that binds society. It's what allows institutions like the government to implement public policy and have the public the Australian constituency go alongside that. So it's incredibly important that we have good culture in our parliament, and that our parliament adheres to the key tenets of what makes up good governance. When we talk about good governance, there's very similar themes that travel through what is good governance and what makes for trusting, and what makes for good ethics and what makes for good culture. And those key themes are integrity, stewardship, transparency, accountability, and risk management. And although there's no silver bullet to solve the perplexing problems of diversity and inclusion, there are, we know from the work that the private sector has done, some really key tools. And codes of conduct are one of those tools. And we believe an independent commission, we'd have independent disciplinary committees in the private sector, and independent commission in the public sector would play a similar role. It is a key tool. It's not going to work by itself. We also have to think about things like leadership. We know the tone is set from the top, and accountability and the transparency of accountability measures is also incredibly important. And we know that diversity, of course, is important, not just because it seems like the right thing to do, although it does, but because it actually improves performance. We know that in the private sector, there's been numerous studies from Chief Executive Women, the Champions of Change, Catalyst as an organisation, a number of different organisations who have measured the productivity benefits and the performance benefits of having more diverse workforces. So the evidence is strong to support the case for diversity and inclusion, but we need to take proactive steps in order to achieve that. And that's what we're here to talk about today. So I'll leave it there as our opening statements. As I said, I won't go blow by blow. I'm happy to take any questions that the committee might have.
Ms Maxwell, did you want to add anything at this point?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay, terrific. Well, I will go straight to the Deputy Chair to open questions. Senator Maurice Payne.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you both for your attendance today, for your submission, and for your opening statement, Ms Motto. There's one issue in your opening statement I wanted to seek perhaps further views on, and it's your observation about the fundamental need for sanctions or consequences, I think you say, for breaches of codes of conduct. And of course, we do work in a slightly different environment than the corporate environment, given the operation of parliamentary privilege, the process of election, and all the things that that go with that. Of course, there should be accountability. I don't think that there is demur in terms of that concept. It's a question of approach and implementation. What sanctions can be imposed or applied? We've seen sanctions applied in parliaments in Australia in recent times where not so much for workplace breaches, but for other actions, such as criminal charges where members of parliament have been suspended from the parliament. That is a very extreme step. It's not one that we see often, of course. But I wondered what further thoughts that you as an organisation had given to that.
So accountability is incredibly important. The tone's set at the top, and without the key tenet of accountability, a code of conduct is just words on a page. No one will follow it without there being consequences for actions in breach. And those consequences need to be fit for purpose. When you're thinking about a regime of penalties, if you like, they need to be befitting the action and the context of what's going on. So we would definitely suggest that a layered approach is best. You've quite rightly mentioned that you might have a standing down or a suspension as an extreme example, but informal letters, informal coaching conversations, right through to the formality of written letters of performance management might be things that would be taken into account. There has to be consequences for action. In the same way, there has to be consequences for inaction. So in the private sector, increasingly, we're seeing targets with teeth, and that is that you might have targets for diversity and inclusion, and if those targets are not met, they're tied to the KPI performance of the individual, and the individual is sanctioned. Increasingly, also, we're seeing the manager sanctioned for non-compliance, and particularly in areas, for example, of workplace health and safety, where compliance activities or ongoing training for compliance is required. If an employee does not complete the training, then not only is the employee sanctioned in some way, but their manager is sanctioned, because it's the manager's job to ensure that their employees are keeping up with their conduct training. So accountability really is a key measure, because not only does it set the tone, but it sets a clear message that is unequivocal in organisation.
I appreciate that. And for example, in relation to training as parliamentarians, we now have to say on our declarations whether we have completed the training process that has been established since the Parliamentary Workplace Support Unit was put into operation, since the Set the Standard report, and so on. Of course, there is, by and large, except in, I suspect, the most public and competitive of corporate environments, a different culture in the parliamentary environment, which involves the competition of politics, essentially, and that. And sometimes the competition of the media against the politicians as well can add complexity to that. So that does give us a different sort of, in some ways, different sort of environment to work in. But no, that's my question, Chair. I just wanted to thank the organisation for the submission. Thank you for appearing this afternoon.
Good to see you again.
Thanks, Senator Payne, and I will go straight to Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Modo, in your opening statement, you spoke about governance, trust and culture, and the low levels of trust that the community has in politics and politicians. So I was just wanting to ask you what you think, how this code and what should be included in the code could help improve that trust in politics and politicians.
It's a great question, and at the Governance Institute only a couple of years ago, we rewrote our code of conduct, because the other thing about culture and codes of conduct is that they should be dynamic documents. They aren't something that you can set in stone and leave for a decade or two and think that they're going to still be fit for purpose 2 decades later, because we evolve as a society. We evolve in our understanding. And the interesting thing about many codes of conduct that were written some time ago is that they tend to be incredibly prescriptive. You know, you will do this, you won't do that. What we're finding, and particularly in an area that's as nuanced as this area, because it's about behaviour and about the intersection between performance and behaviour, is that prescription doesn't always cut the mustard. And we have to think about principle-based and having the right balance between looking at the outcomes that we're trying to achieve rather than the outputs or the inputs. And so that sophistication needs to come through in codes of conduct, and they also need to be written in plain English. That is, English that evokes the sort of emotion that's going to drive behaviour. So when we last rewrote our code of conduct, we wrote it in such a style that it's a really familiar document. People can identify with it. People can identify with the principles that it's trying to achieve, as opposed to it being some very bland, boring checklist of, you know, thou shall and thou shall not type of behaviour. The other problem with prescription, of course, is that you can't capture every contextual situation, can't capture every element of what might go on. You can't capture all of the elements of human behaviour. So there'll always be gaps if you're trying to have a very prescriptive code. However, on the flip side, principle-based codes can be at times harder to enforce because they involve nuance and judgment and grey areas. But we know that that is the very nature of what we're trying to address here. There is grey areas. And so I think definitely a modern code of conduct, they need to be modern in modern language, accessible language, and I would try and strike the right balance between being prescriptive and being principle-based. And the other thing, of course, I'd mention around a document like a code of conduct is that we need to try and be succinct, short and sharp and capture people's imagination. A favourite quote of mine, which I quote often, Catherine might smile right now, is Mark Twain, and that is, I would have written a shorter letter, but I didn't have the time.
But thank you for that. And just based on what you've said, and given like the vast experience that you and your organization has in governance, I was just wondering if you could send us some of what you think are best practice codes for us to look at when we're developing ours. That would be really appreciated, and yours as well, if that's possible.
We are certainly happy to take that on notice.
Yeah, so a number of people, stakeholders who spoke to the Jenkins review, you know, did want the code, and a few that have made submissions to us want the code to be developed through an intersectional lens to basically facilitate equity and access of experience and outcomes for women in all their diversity. So looking at, you know, issues of racial discrimination or disability discrimination or LGBTQI discrimination as well, and to embed that in the code. I'm just wondering if you have any experience in that and how codes could embed those principles in them.
Yeah, the compound disadvantage of intersectionality is a really live issue. I did in a previous life a lot of work with the Champions of Change movement, and one of the things that we know around diversity and inclusion, well, a key question that we were asked when we started our journey on diversity and inclusion is, why are you focusing on gender alone and not focusing on diversity in all its forms? Now, as the Governance Institute, we have taken that on board and taken that a step further. So we do a diversity index, which looks at the data that we can get out of listed companies, that looks at diversity across 5 different lenses, gender being one of those. But we look at racial diversity, we look at tenure, we look at age, we look at educational status. And we know that the dial is incredibly difficult. If we're getting a little better on women, albeit that the pace of change is still fairly glacial, the pace of change across some of those other elements of diversity is even worse. 90% of directors continue to be from Anglo-Celtic background, despite Australia's growing multiculturalism. So what we know, though, through diversity and inclusion work is that when you deeply understand the barriers to inclusion, not just the understanding of diversity, which is inviting the people to the party, when you understand the inclusive element, which is, you know, asking them to dance and actually participate and be part of it, you find out that when you start to unpick what are the cultural, what the institutional barriers to inclusion are, it benefits all types of diversity groups, not just gender. And so we would certainly support an intersectional lens because we think that it provides a deeper understanding of the cultural impediments in institutions to the fully realised benefits of inclusion. And so we would definitely support that lens because it creates that deeper understanding and that then benefits all of the elements of diversity that you're trying to prosper and encourage.
Yeah, thank you. And you have also in your submission discussed the need for culture to be set right from the top. So ministers, MPs, other leaders must model the culture that they want to see as change, and that it should be driven also by the leaders. So with that in mind, what do you think the codes should say in relation to that, or how can they help, kind of the leaders model that culture?
I would suggest that there's two elements to that. The first is that the code should specifically refer to the tone being set at the top and the importance of leadership, and that then also intersects with that accountability message. The leaders have to be accountable and they have to demonstrably hold their staff to account, the people within their remit of influence. So there's that element that needs to be specifically called out in the code. The other issue around leadership is that you have to support leaders on this journey because many people, and particularly in on the politics side of the parliament, many people put their hand up for job A and then they find themselves in job A, but they've also got jobs B, C, D and E. And so managing large teams is a real skill set, and not all of our parliamentarians would come from large organisational backgrounds where they are given the leadership training and the tools to support their education so that they know how to get the best out of their teams and how to proactively manage their teams for diversity and inclusion goals. So we would also support that alongside the code, we have to think about the right training, not just so that we know when to recognise and how to deal with incidents of misbehaviour, for example, but how to create the culture that supports good behaviour in the first place. Because whilst a commission is something that is very fully supported by the Governance Institute, of course, what a commission does is capture behaviour when things have already gone wrong. And what we really want to do is set up the culture so that we're getting things going right in the first place and minimising those instances of where things are going wrong. So I'd say that two things need to be taken into account. The first is a very clear articulation of the leadership influence and also some toolkits for the leaders, like thinking about things like the leadership shadow, which is a piece of work that was done by the Champions of Change Coalition, which looks at how you're leading, you're casting your shadow as a leader. Thinking about very simple tools and techniques like the panel pledge. I won't speak on a panel where there's not a diverse panel. I won't appear at a conference where all of the sponsors, all of the speakers are all white men, for example, or all women on that matter. So we're looking through different lenses as we apply that leadership funnel, if you like. And the other thing that has to go hand in hand with that is supportive leadership training.
Yeah, that's excellent recommendations. Could you also provide us, maybe, given your experience and the tens of thousands of members you have who probably provide some of this training, what sort of training might be useful in the context of the code of conduct? Because we've spoken earlier today about like anti-racism training or disability training or First Nations culture awareness training. And Chair, just one last question from me. Your submission noted the importance of the Commission, which receives disclosures and handles complaints, being independent. So I just want to find out from you about the types of measures that would be needed to ensure the independence of such a commission.
I think the first is that how the commission is set up needs to be demonstrably independent, and that is that a transparent merit-based selection process is established for the appointments to the commission, made on a non-partisan joint committee, that those should be fixed term appointments that are not going to be subject to the whims of changing parliaments, that they be transparent and merit-based, as I said, that adequate funding be granted through the parliament to perform, not just through the budget setting agenda, but agreed through the parliament, so that once again, it's not something that can be shifted with the political winds of change, and that needs to be adequate funding to perform its functions and resourcing. So, Catherine, I don't know if you want to add anything else to that. I'm certainly set up in the legislative code that would set up the commission itself. There will be some key tenets, i.e. limiting ministerial influence or interference, for example, and some of the other things which you would normally see when you're looking at an independent agency.
Thank you.
It's Catherine Maxwell.
Oh, sorry.
Catherine Maxwell from the Governance Institute. I think the only thing I would add is I'm quite attracted to the commission model that's discussed in the Set the Standard report, and I think that gives you more flexibility as opposed to a commissioner, a single person responsible. I think a commission model might actually be preferable because it will give you more flexibility and greater resources, because you will need different types of people to deal with different sorts of issues.
Thank you. And thanks, Chair. I have a couple of questions, but I'll come back to them if there's time.
Thank you. I have a question. I want to go to Ms. Marino now.
Thank you. And look, thank you so much for your presentation today. I'm keen for you to give us more about the short, sharp. I think the more direct that we are through the code and more practical, very practical, simple suggestions that you can make in that short, sharp approach, I would appreciate personally. So anything you've got to offer further there would be very good. Just one of the issues you just spoke about, refusing about the inclusive issues and refusing to speak on a panel if it's not diverse. Look, as members of Parliament, we are frequently asked to speak and to be part of, often as a woman, I don't know about any of the others, for individual women's groups that we have a lot of in our communities. I would be really loath to not support and be a speaker at that type of event. And we're often asked in the roles that we have in many instances to do exactly that. So it is a, you know, in your community and even more broadly, that is a challenging situation for some of us to be asked when we're asked to speak. So I just thought I'd throw that into the mix, so to speak, as something that we face as members of Parliament that can be different to certain other workplaces or events that we're required or asked to be at or want to take part in to help those particular groups as well. So, but I'm very interested in the short, sharp parts of the code that we may be putting together, particularly in relationship to the unusual or the workplace that we actually are in Parliament itself. So the more short and sharp that code is, the more likely it is to be relevant and endure.
Indeed. And it might, so very happy, once again, ours is code on a page. So ours is one page. I was very determined to get it on a page, and that doesn't mean that the font was 0.00 something. I wouldn't mind just also reflecting on your commentary around being asked to speak at women's groups, for example, or being asked to speak at forums where diversity isn't reflected. And it's not that you necessarily have to always refuse. I'm often asked to speak to groups of, for example, young female professionals. But that you do encourage those organisations to bring the whole of the Australian community on the journey. And so particularly, I used to work a lot with the engineering sector, and often the message was, well, there aren't any women to ask to speak on this panel. All the CEOs are men. But interestingly enough, when a really senior man who is a key speaker says, well, I just can't do it unless there's a diverse panel, it is incredible how innovative some of these organisations become in terms of pulling out more diversity from either their membership or just thinking more broadly. And it's no use just speaking to a women's group. We have to speak to women's groups and men's groups because we're all a part of this journey of making the change.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Let me know. I'm going to go to a few questions myself, and others will let me know if they've got additional questions, I'm sure. But I really wanted to look at, I noted probably at the top of page 4, actually, you've got what I understand to be some of the elements that you see as being critical for a sort of this short, sharp approach to a code of conduct or a statement of values. And so that might be helpful for us sort of going through some of that. But I wanted to go back to the discussion on the Independent Commission, because that's something that is quite prevalent in your submission. On page 6, you've noted that the Independent Commission needs to be able to exercise powers without, interference or permission of Parliament. So I'm just wondering how that sits. I don't know if you listened to the evidence this morning from the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Kate Jenkins. She also has this in her report, a stipulation around that when it comes to serious sanctions that of parliamentarians, I mean here, that that couldn't interfect their parliamentary duties. And she spoke quite at length this morning about having taken a lot of constitutional legal advice on this matter in order to draft her recommendations. So I'm just wondering how, she has framed it so that that independent commissioner would provide advice or recommendations to, presiding officers or another committee, and somehow be managed kind of through those channels, following a lot of advice she was given. So I'm just curious to understand, given the importance of an independent process to enhance trust and accountability that you've, made in your opening comments, how you, whether you agree with those caveats, I guess, that have been, that Jenkins inevitably comes down with, given the constitutional arrangement she has to operate within.
Yes, look, I'll throw to Catherine for this one. Catherine, you are nodding profusely there.
Yes, certainly. I've had quite a close look at that section. And whilst we haven't specifically consulted with members in relation to the sort of aspects that she's identified, I would certainly be persuaded by the discussion in the Set the Standard report. Obviously, they have thought about it quite carefully, and I would imagine that this committee will also take advice once it gets to the pointier end of its work in relation to development of a code. But it's certainly the logic of what she had to say stacks up well.
Thank you. And I think the other question I wanted to just put, because you had I think it was on page 4 of your submission, a reference that that the codes of conduct should address behaviours in all range of contexts and all areas, so including electronic and online, I'm assuming you're referring to there. And, this has been a very topical discussion in both the previous Parliament and this one. So I'm curious if you could just talk me through some ways that you, really see that the application of a code of conduct to those kinds of not sort of a strict physical workplace environment, but it is an online working environment at times as well. So I'm curious if you could talk us through why you think it's important for a code of conduct to apply into an online electronic context. Thanks.
So I might kick off and then I'll throw to Catherine, who I'm sure has got some commentary around this. We believe that, and we've said this before and we've talked about it today, for a code to really have come through, it's got to be clear and consistent. And consistent means that the mode of communication is irrelevant. Whether it's an email or a text message or a tweet or a face-to-face interaction or a Zoom session or a WebEx session like this, it's really irrelevant. We've argued for technology neutrality, but it's really mode neutrality that we're talking about. And from my experience, that's exceedingly important because we have particularly younger generations of people who feel very comfortable saying something anonymously online that they would never say in person. And so it allows for a level of anonymity of behaviour that exacerbates all of the negative elements of behaviour that we'd like to see in society and doesn't emphasise the common courtesies that we know as protocol when we're interacting face-to-face or even over the phone. So it's incredibly important that we embed that it covers all of those forms of communication and there's not different standards for different modes. That just becomes confusing. Once again, when you're talking about conduct and behaviour and ethics, that is who you are all the time. It doesn't change because you're online or because you're face-to-face. So for me, it's incredibly important that we have what we call mode neutrality in the Code of Conduct and that it specifically emphasises that it covers all forms of communication. There's one code, there's one standard that is set that covers everyone, whether it be employees, visitors, lobbyists. There is one set of standards that is followed and that is irrespective of the person involved and it's irrespective of the mode of communication. So that'd just be some general comments of mine around how you set culture. You can't say that something not okay face-to-face, but it is okay online. That is completely counterintuitive and conflicting. Catherine, you might make some further comments if you would like to.
No, I would support that. And I think modern workplaces, and that obviously includes Parliament, there's a huge amount of electronic communication and you've got to be crystal clear that it doesn't matter what you're saying, it's got to be respectful. It doesn't matter which way you can do some very unpleasant things electronically.
I always say if you wouldn't be happy saying it face-to-face to your mother, then don't put it anywhere.
Thank you. It's very sage advice, I'm sure. Could I just ask also if, just following on some of those earlier discussions, I know you're going to provide the committee with your own code of conduct that you've worked on and developed. I'm wondering whether you use that intersectional lens in order to draft your own code of conduct, or is that a consideration post the review of the code of conduct, sorry.
I drove the work to revise our code of conduct and I did it using a broad collaborative lens. So I had the code of conduct reviewed by all of our state-based committees, lots of broad input, including, of course, from our board, which is a very diverse board. And so there wasn't an intentional intersectionality lens applied over it, but the lens of broad and deep consultation was certainly applied to it. So, I guess the other thing that I'd say is that given, the now more than a decade of work that I've done through the Champions of Change Coalition and understanding the compound disadvantage of particularly women of colour, women of disability, etc., that's always something that is front of mind and a key consideration of mine.
I was, I think, interested to see a tangible example, I guess, of being able to run that lens, and perhaps others that we haven't even thought of yet, but whilst retaining a very clear, concise sort of message, message of values, I think. So anyway, it'll be terrific to look at yours when you are able to send it through. The other thing
Certainly my advice is that you put a diverse group together to develop it. So you have, you think about the group that reflects the behaviours and the considerations that you're trying to achieve, and you put a diverse group together. It would be like developing a reconciliation action plan without the benefit of the experience of Aboriginal people. It would just be crazy to do.
Yeah, well, we are a committee formed and tasked with developing the codes of conduct. That is the recommendation from the Jenkins review, and seeking to ensure that we consult with and take, that everybody in this workplace gets to help shape the work that we're doing. That's part of the part of the challenge of doing so within a very short period of time frame, but that's not your problem. What I wanted to ask you was you mentioned also that you had developed a diversity index.
Yes.
And can you just talk to me a little bit more about that and where that fits
with
in relation to your code of conduct or otherwise? Yep.
Yeah, well, obviously as the Institute, not only I have 50 staff and I'm running a small company of my own, which is the staff of the Institute, but we have then volunteers. So we have volunteer board members, committee members on our policy committees, volunteers on our state councils. And so the code of conduct for our Institute is established to cover our staff, our volunteers, our council members, our members when they're attending events. But of course, one thing that the Institute is also trying to do is influence public policy in the right directions. We are a member of, or Catherine sits on the Corporate Governance Council of the ASX, which is the group that is tasked with crafting the ASX guidelines and principles for listed companies in Australia, which is the governance guideline, if you like, for listed companies in Australia. And there's certainly a trickle down into the rest of the private sector and indeed into the not-for-profit and public sectors as well. So we try to influence overall corporate behaviour. And in doing so, we are very interested in diversity and inclusion as a driver of corporate performance and corporate resilience through good governance. So we partnered with Watermark now 3-4 years ago, since I came to the Institute, to create a diversity index where they do an analysis of the company directors of the top 300 listed companies in Australia. Now, the reason that we focus on that group is because through their annual reporting process, the data on their directors is publicly available. The data on directors of other public companies that aren't in the listed space is not always publicly available in the same depth. So they look at, as I said, diversity according to gender, so the breakdown of gender diversity, the breakdown of nationality or background diversity, tenure, so that is how long a person has been on a board, educational status, and age, of course, so the age of directors. So we consider all of those elements to be important. Now, one might say, and certainly people have asked us, well, why can't you capture, for example, Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander status or disability? And the answer is because the data is not publicly available. We have no way of knowing what disabilities any directors of the listed 300 companies may or may not have. They're not required to disclose that. It's not always obvious. You can make a lot of assumptions and misinformed assumptions around that. So the data is not available.
Thank you. I will just check in. I think Senator Faruqi had an additional question she wanted to ask. Is that?
Yes, that's right, Chair. Thanks.
Oh, my apologies. Sorry, Senator. I understand Ms Marino had a question. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll come back to you as well.
Thank you, and thanks, Chair. I'm really keen. I've done a lot of work in the online and cyberspace over many years. I'm interested to hear whether you believe the code of conduct in relation to online should extend to the member of parliament or senators or other employees in this space to what they do online more broadly, or is it only to do, in your view, with interactions with staff and people within the direct environment that we're in, given some of what we see online, and your comments about if you wouldn't say it to your mother face-to-face, then you don't say it online, because this then raises issues, in my view, around the composition of a commission to adjudicate in this space, particularly in the online space, and the need for Australians to be their very best self online all of the time. I'm just very interested to see how far you think that any online leadership and conduct should go, please.
It's such a great question, and it's something that private sector organisations really grapple with. How much of a personal view are people allowed to have outside of the organisation versus representing the organisation's view? And you see a lot of people, for example, that have an official work account, and then they'll have a personal account, and they'll put a disclaimer on the personal account saying, you know, the views of this account are my own and not that of the organisation. But there is no doubt that as you enter into particularly more senior and more public roles in organisations, that a personal a personal personality and a work personality cannot be unmixed. And so it is a very difficult question for organisations, and we've seen organisations grapple with this, grappling with, for example, dismissing or penalising or reprimanding staff members for views that they've made in their personal capacity, but in a public forum, and because of the way that it reflects on the reputation of the organisation and the misalignment between the personal behaviours and personal commentary and that the organisation espouses. So it's a really live debate. It's not something that we've specifically asked our members about in terms of a common governance institute view of the world, but I do know that it's something that that private organisations grapple with in exactly the same way. Catherine, you might have some commentary on this, because probably our private sector committees have discussed this point before as well, perhaps.
I think what they, Catherine Maxwell, I think they would endorse your view that it's a very difficult area, and certainly your views in relation to the more senior someone becomes, the more vexed the question becomes. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. Senator Faruqi, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. In your submission, you do, I guess, talk about measurement and reporting on key workplace cultural indicators that show whether culture is, changing in the workplace. Could you elaborate on that a little bit, and what do you think are the best tools to kind of measure that from your experience?
Sure, and I know that Catherine may weigh in on this, because corporate Australia is definitely thinking more and more about culture. Boards are discussing culture in the boardroom. And in fact, the boards that I sit on, it's something that is a topic of conversation. And boards are looking for a range of metrics, because culture is something that you can get a feel for by walking the factory floor, as they say. By walking around, interacting with people, interacting not just with the senior management of an organisation, but all of the staff through all levels of an organisation. But it's also something that you need to have a variety of inputs to be able to get a full picture of what culture is in an organisation. And some of those inputs would be lead indicators, and some of them might be lag indicators. So lead indicators might be things like engagement surveys or absenteeism, things that would give you an indication of whether people are happy or not. And then, of course, lag indicators would be things like turnover of staff, particularly turnover of staff within a certain amount of, say the first year of employment, which is a high indicator of cultural misfit or cultural misalignment for individuals, and retention rates in with particular managers, or in key departments might be an indicator that culture in one department is less befitting what the company would like to see throughout the organisation. So there are a number of tools that organisations can use to look for, and you know, whether it be employee surveys, pulse surveys, workload surveys, happiness index surveys. There are a number of key tools in the survey world, a number of hard metrics with regards to the data coming through the organisation, and then of course the cultural piece of walking the floor and getting the feel for an organisation as you interact in a personal way. And good boards would suggest that it takes a combination of all three of those things to get your handle on culture. You can't just look through one lens or get a report from one person, the CEO, that they have to be using their feelers beyond just what the CEO might say.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Ms. Motta. And I do really want to quickly thank you for two particular things. One, for your insight into intersectionality. I think so many are still grappling, so many organizations on how to tackle that. But I want our piece of work through this committee to lead the way on that and not necessarily be restricted by what has or hasn't happened before that. And secondly, also, you know, what you've said about diversity on panels and how that really shapes the way we look at things. I'm an engineer, so I know exactly what you were talking about. But because we are in a place, very privileged place as MPs and senators, in a position to influence, I think it also goes beyond what panels we may or may not be invited on. I mean, I often, when I see you know, high-profile panel which doesn't have that diversity, I often point that out to the organizers, and usually they're very open to suggestions and changing things when they you know, hear you saying that. So thank you very much for that. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And that really brings us to the conclusion of our evidence today. And so I do want to thank you formally on behalf of the entire committee for your evidence today. Very much appreciated. If you've taken some questions on notice, and I know you certainly have, please, if you can provide your responses to the Secretariat by the 28th of September, that would be most appreciated. So that concludes today's hearings of our very first of the public hearings for this committee. And thank you to all of the witnesses today who appeared, and to Hansard and to Broadcasting, the Secretariat, all the people that actually, you know, do all the hard work behind the scenes to make sure these hearings happen. And just a reminder again to all witnesses, we will require those responses to questions on notice by the 28th of September. And until then, the committee stands adjourned till tomorrow, I believe. See you then, committee members.
Thank you
for your participation today.